Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C, Pattern of Conduct, real-time documentation of the state of California's criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California in violation of existing federal law, that is 18 U.S.C. section 2261A, subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is ongoing documentation that is specifically gathered following my release from kidnapping by this entity that was ceaselessly monitoring in violation of 18 U.S.C. and in violation of Title 15 and in violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, as I was subject to the same exact criminal pattern of conduct while kidnapped by this entity seeking to conceal this criminal system that I am documenting and publishing and exposing on the venue of the internet, where I am also subject to the criminal pattern of conduct, and understand that kidnapping is the pattern of conduct that is criminal obstruction of justice, as the entity seeks to avoid prosecution and to avoid documentation and exposure for engaging in this criminal system. The people of the state are the vicarious aspect of the entity. They are engaging in federal stalking as I am kidnapped by the state inside of the state facilities, all right? And they are fully engaging in kidnapping upon criminal summoning. So this is the this is the entity from beginning to the end engaging in the criminal acts of the federal stalking and the acts of criminal obstruction of justice. This is also documentation on the venue of the internet engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct via obstruction of justice, and this is in any way reducing or removing the ability to publish the ongoing documentation of the state's criminal pattern of conduct, which is waging an ongoing threat to my life as I remain subject to this criminal system. And this is the criminal pattern of conduct on the venue of the internet, okay? And that is the totality of what I have documented since release. I was kidnapped from June 18, 2021 from third-party facilitating venue of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the Ontario Police Department were monitoring, and this in conformity to the ongoing wealth of documentation that I have already published, specifically revealing the Ontario Police Department engaging in monitoring and kidnapping, which was via the assertion of a fictitious warrant pursuant to a fictitious prosecution. That is the people of the state of California v. Erica Lorraine Spencer, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. I was subject to kidnapping pursuant to this fictitious prosecution, documentation on the facility cameras everywhere that I was inside of the facility of West Valley, located at 9700 Etiwana Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, California, and at the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, located at 8303 Haven Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, and I was subject to federal stalking ceaselessly at the jail, at the courthouse, in the courtrooms, okay? The same exact pattern of conduct ceaselessly underway. The kidnapping serves obstruction of justice, and that this is kidnapping that I endured from June 18th, 2021 up until August 16th, 2021. This is the P.O.C. It is Friday, October 8th, 2021. It's currently 8:38 a.m. and leaving from remaining at in the vehicle at 630 North Fern Avenue, where the state engaged in the ongoing pattern of conduct, which is ceaseless. And so the methods employed while remaining inside of the vehicle include ongoing molestation, and that's a sexual molestation as the state is touching with what is artificially occurring light. License 894602. The state is engaging, stalking with peculiarized light is clean straight, going what is south on Fern right now at 8:39 a.m. You have what is the creation of activity in concert with the people of the state. As impossible as is the state's light activity, is the state's creation of sensational activity occurring inside of the vehicle. As group stalkers, those are third parties acting with the state, as though a vibration or an earthquake, in other words, is occurring while cars drive by. This is impossible activity, and this is within the ongoing established pattern of conduct. It is demonic. And it is also serving federal stalking purposes. It's a method of activity creation. Equally impossible is the state's directed light molesting my body inside of the car, and the state is always stalking via aircraft. And so while you have what is third parties driving past on the street on what is Fern, you have the state is creating, which is sensational activity. And let me be clear. First of all, this vehicle is over 2,000 pounds. That's over a ton. Okay. You're talking about the state creating sensational activity while a car drives by. Even if an Omnitrans bus drove past the car on Fern, it's not going to create an earthquake-like experience inside of the car. It's not vibrating. Not only the car, but the seat. The car is resting on tires on the road. So let me break this common sense down. Resting on tires on the road, which also absorbs shock. Okay, you're not going to experience an earthquake while vehicles are driving by, and it is also that which is not just the vehicle, it's the seat. The state is creating vibration and the seat that I'm sitting in inside of the over 2,000 pound vehicle. This is the same pattern of conduct. This is what the state does, including inside of venues. Okay, this is what I was documenting on the facility cameras inside of West Valley. That's exactly what I was pointing out while I was holding up signs as to my being kidnapped and the activity created inside of that venue. I want to point out at 8:40 a.m. Tracy Banks finds it funny while I'm talking about being kidnapped. This is the reality of what I'm dealing with. License 6 ZSD 136. All right, that's P.O.C. United States Postal Service is crossing path on the road as well, and this is ongoing light activity. This is the third party that you hear in the background, and who finds it entertaining and frustrating as I document, but also entertaining as what is a demon-possessed stalker. Chuckles as I'm speaking about being kidnapped and holding up signs inside of the facility where she engaged in acting pursuant to kidnapping as well. I want to document that. R150. Excuse me. That's sensational activity creation. In other words, that's what I want to document. The pattern of conduct is underway. Omnitrans stalking with peculiarized light. Bus number 1332 at Euclid Avenue and Hope Boulevard. 7P F5708. 7GWL 623. 6MDG 263. At the intersection of Euclid Avenue and Hope Boulevard. Omnitrans license plate 1404990. License 80J688. That's Clean Street, City of Ontario. O Park, vehicle number 125, California 142816. License 8JHK 731. It's 8:42 a.m. 7SHD 721. This is traffic, which is also going to be seen on the traffic cameras at Euclid Avenue and Holt Boulevard. This is federal stalking underway. I'm at the intersection at Holt and Euclid in the city of Ontario. Traffic now proceeding west on Holt. License 8SFA085. 7DV. I can't really see that one. 8EOL080. 5NSL899. 7DXV397. 87507R2. ETXT2. 7X91185. Omnitrans stalking with peculiarized light at the Lemon and Holt Boulevard bus stop, right beside Metro 102, third party facilitating venue. License 8 VIP 043. 7PWR 903. Omnitrans Route 61 headed westbound. That's bus number 1262. 55853L2. That is a truck, a large truck sitting on what is transit. I'm sorry, that's Lemon, the opposite side of Lemon. Staples in relevant position inside of the parking lot of 150 East Hope Boulevard, 6UCJ 136. It is 8:44 a.m. Staples is engaged in bathroom monitoring. P.O.C. All right, at 8:45 a.m., I did just capture video of the state hovering over what is the parking lot of 150 East Hope Boulevard. That's a creation of audible activity. Understand that's a sexually violent threat, equivalent in that threat with regard to directed light as the state aims it on a bathroom door, as I've documented, equivalent in this sexually violent threat as the state sounds sirens as you walk to a restroom while the state is stalking. That's exactly what the state engages in while it flies over, amplifying plane activity while you are en route to a restroom, which the state is stalking and engaging in that same sexual violent threat. 8:46 a.m., that is implicating the entirety of the entity. Staples in the parking lot engaging in what is federal stalking, that's terrorism, and also
communicating that sexually violent threat to as you're going to a private space. That is also the absence of coincidence as the state engages in the identical conduct of flying over the parking lot, amplifying plane activity as I get out of the car, just like I showed on video yesterday, okay? It's 8:46 a.m., that's P.O.C, and this is ongoing sexual violence as I walk inside of the bathroom. That same entity is hovering over, creating audible activity, engaging in criminal facilitation of federal stalking. Directed light is in the same exact bathroom space that I showed you yesterday. The pattern of conduct is underway. That's P.O.C. All right, 8:57 a.m. and I want to make sure I also note the demon possessed that are in relevant position inside of 150 East Hall. They are pacing around inside on the first level, crossing path while the state was flying over. So while I'm capturing the state, engaging in, again after 8:30, I believe it's like 8:38 a.m. After 8:38, understand I arrived yesterday. What was a little after 8 a.m. and you were talking about the same exact conduct of flying over me and engaging in the pattern of just hiding from vision. I'm still capturing on video what is the state hovering in aircraft and amplifying the sound of a plane, all right, which is the state is hiding just like it hides its fake sun. Okay, that's all. You're looking at the pattern, the ongoing activity creation, and inside those demons were pacing all around inside of the hallway of the walkway as I walked into the restroom. They were engaging in what is crossing a path or monitoring. It's demonic activity. And that's what they're doing while the state, this is the purpose of amplifying plane activity. It's called audible activity, and they're monitoring, and it's also demonic. All right, it's currently, 8:58 a.m. and leaving that venue, and that is the state engaging in the same identical conduct that I just captured yesterday. This is the ongoing pattern of conduct that I'm establishing, but I'm showing you what is the identical conduct by the state that is going from place to place where I'm going. That's the significance of documentation. 8LEF009 and 6YKZL58, 8CGN083, 6UCJ136. CU827 handicap, 8CDG641, 8LPH347, San Bernardino County, which this is a state facilitating venue. This is San Bernardino County, 6ZHC227. The state engaging in the absence of what is a coincidence. I've already established this is the state's pattern of conduct. The state is stalking in plane. That's a hallmark. But you also have what is, just take a look at the video, and I'll even connect the two so you can see different times, same location. And you have what is flying directly over the parking lot as I am getting out of the car at the same venue. 5YEF458, 7JQM508, 8MVA659, 7VSM231, 5NQC523, 8AFU427, 8MXF956, and that is the absence of coincidence, okay? And it has nothing to do with any airport either. The state was hovering over by aircraft everywhere that I was at, not only in the city of Ontario, but is doing the same thing as I showed under the fake sun yesterday in downtown Upland. All right, that's the P.O.C, and I just want to point out that immediate correlation that you can make as I'm going to this same venue, and they are engaging in sexual violence, and that is Staples monitoring while the state hovers. Understand the forethought put there. Staples is in relevant position, engaging in P.O.C with the state. Traffic is a form of light activity. The state is amplifying plane activity, and FedEx is crossing path license 3C2. I can't really see that one though, but it's FedEx at B Street and Euclid Avenue at what is 9 a.m. So that is exiting that private space and the demonic pacing in the hallway as I enter 150 East Hall, having the state fly over my head at a different time in the exact same manner with the exact same amplification of audible activity. That's stalking by the state. That is the unmistakable conduct of the state engaging in that stalking and hiding under clouds, which is no deviation from the pattern of conduct. FedEx is in license plate 14663C2 or substantially somewhere. I see that. They're stalking on Euclid Avenue. That's group stalking using that same brand as I continue to make an example of how companies are engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. That's what FedEx is engaging in. 8CVL684. Let's see. 62100T1.
Make that call. Make it now.
8WYL613.
Interview with
6PIB 638, 6FOT 130, 8XNL 710, 29600J2.
Is the crusading Russian journalist. Folks, I mean, under his reign, 6 of the journalists who work for his newspaper have
Monitoring at the Rite Aid, the Pizza Hut Plaza, where as I'm walking out, I'm showing you the state hovering over the Dentistry Espanza, right in front of me as I'm exiting the giant variety store. This is P.O.C, and that has nothing to do with the airport either. The state was flying at exceedingly low elevation, and I'm showing you that in the video. This is the state that did the same thing as I'm getting out of the car to go inside of the 150 East Toll Boulevard. The state facilitating venue, the San Bernardino Health Public Clinics, which is a sexually violent threat, right? That's what I was explaining. This is the same as the state sounding sirens as you're walking to the bathroom. This is the state that engages in 5XCC 609 stalking with light. The state that engages in creating a show of directed light on the walls surrounding the bathroom as you're walking into the bathroom. That's a sexually violent threat by the entity that is a perverted, predatory sex offender, okay? It is an indication of that monitoring that you will be subject to as your panties are down, your genitalia is exposed, you're physically indisposed, and demons are pacing all around like the psychopaths that they are. You can breathe heavy all you want, Satan, because I'm revealing the psychopath and the pervert that you are. It is 9:02 a.m., and that's the P.O.C. that's ongoing at San Bernardino Public Health Clinics. And that's the same ongoing pattern of conduct, 7FID 463, Old Park Crossing Path again, California 142616. I'm seeing a whole bunch of Old Park vehicles now as I document. That's the demonic behavioral pattern. Understand that. I identify it, and then as you identify it, then you have this vehicle that will cross path over and over and over again with that same logo. It's nothing but a means of identity, but you're understanding how that demonic behavioral pattern is personified through the use of a particular identity as I document it. 8JSJ983. You should shake your head because it is disgusting.
You know what?
It is perverted. Yeah, what?
You know what? I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it's, directed light is being named inside of your car too, so you're not separate from it. 8JTT142. As long as, it doesn't have to be logical. It's direct evidence. And guess what? While helicopters are flying over me while I'm at your apartment, directed light inside of your apartment, that's exactly what you're going to say as a third party. And I'm going to prosecute you for that. That's a psychopath. That's what you're listening to. That's criminal defamation by the entity. That's criminal defamation by a psychopath who is a sex offender who is sitting in the parking lot monitoring what that state that's flying over her car. That's reality. Okay, and this is demon possession. Yeah, it's Tracy Banks. That's exactly what you are. 8CFW392. You are a sex offender. You are a sex offender. I'm not calling you a name. I'm calling you by your name. You cannot. I don't care, Satan. Your name is Satan. Your name is Satan. You're a psychopath and you are a sex offender. You're out here monitoring with this third party that's driving by. That's audible activity. You're not going to not be documented for the reality of what you're engaging in. I don't care. You are participating in it. I heavily documented you at Woodside Senior Apartments. Pay attention to the audible activity of a psychopath. 6YRK403. That's why I was kidnapped, having never had any right to arrest me, and that's exactly the P.O.C. that the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court engaged in. That is the script of Satan. This is demon possession, okay? That's why they kidnapped me and created that which does not exist, while this psychopath sits in the courtroom participating in a fake case. All right, and she can't even make up her mind about what side she's on one day. Oh yeah, I can't believe it. The next day when I'm including her in the pattern of conduct that she's fully engaged in, then I need help. I am unfazed. No, I'm unfazed by what is a psychopath. I'm unfazed by a psychopath. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what directed light is and who is the one that's going to be taken to a hospital. This is speaking to the threat that she poses, and this psychopath is going to be restrained. That's how you're going to prosecute that. All right, because the reality is the pattern of conduct is established, and you're seeing what is the threat to the liberty by those who are sex offenders and who are kidnappers and who are engaging in stalking, and they have the audacity to try to monitor you with that audible activity. You cannot be defamed by a psychopath, sex offending stalker. That's the reality of what Tracy Banks is, and trying to threaten me while she's monitoring with 8JSJ983 is going to result in her prosecution. You're going to restrain a life-threatening stalker like that, because that's the reality. She's stalking with the government. Her apartment, as I've already published, is filled with directed light. The fake sun over her apartment at 408 West G Street in Woodside Senior Apartments, while she's got directed light shadows pointing upwards in every direction, while I'm being molested with that which does not sound like the same thing I'm showing you in Upland. You have what is the pattern of conduct already established, and you're listening to what is the fury of a demon-possessed stalker. And that's what they say. It's called audible activity. You're going to restrain a psychopath like that. That's a threat. That's an unlawful threat, and you're going to prosecute for that. All right, and nothing is going to stop documentation. And so, as I speak the truth, you're listening to what is a demon-possessed stalker that's hostile to that. You're talking about shaking your head in frustration and breathing heavily because it is disgusting what you're engaging in. It is. No, you're disgusting. No, you're disgusting. I'm not the one that's peeping in stalking somebody in a bathroom, but you're the one that's stalking. You've been a stalker for years. First of all, let's break that down. I have you recorded. I have you documented. You are out of your mind. And you are, and let me tell you, like I said, the one that say, no, you ain't trying to help nobody while you monitoring. This is all audible activity. 09344G2, 8LMM287, 7BIN302. While the state is flying in circles over the car that I'm sleeping in that belongs to her, that's direct evidence against her. 67350Y2. Remember the state for 20 minutes flying in a circle over this car. She's a psychopath and she is a sex offender. 6HJP675. And she's been a sex offender for years, and now I know it, and I'm documenting her directly. 7HHT788, 7NPE421. So you're going to recall the documentation because this is the conduct of Satan. That's exactly how he talks, and that's how he conducts himself. And not only that, he can't even pick a personality. All right, this is demon possession. You identify that demon possession by the conduct. That is already, let me be clear, a fake sun over a church building is called a venue. Audible activity in the state's environment is audible activity. All right. You're listening to what she's saying versus what is a documented conduct, which she cannot avoid at all. 6YHZ852, and you will restrain and prosecute for that threat that you raise while you're monitoring with the government, who's maintaining that environment while I'm in your car, in your apartment. That's P.O.C. 8EOE073. That's what you're going to prosecute for. So I'm glad you're listening to what is the words coming out of the mouth of a demon-possessed stalker, monitoring with 8LXP223. The entirety of that entity is going to be prosecuted for that. And that is speaking to what is the reality of a group stalker. The demon possession that I'm showing, it's absolute wickedness as you are monitoring one who's third party. I just happen to know this third party's name. All right, she's literally out of her mind, but understand entirely criminal while she's abiding by the same code of conduct. All right, and should already know I'm not going to stop documenting what is a psychopath and a violent sex offender, and this one's name is Tracy Banks. And you heard what is audible activity with which the entity will be prosecuted for. There's no such thing as luck, Satan. There's no such thing as luck. And that's documentation of her engaging in sexual violence at 150 East Holt, where the state is flying over her vehicle, where the state flies over her vehicle in a helicopter, aiming directed light, where I'm documenting, that's in her car. All right, that's why the state knows where I'm at. And you're talking about what is criminal defamation. That is the fury of the demon-possessed that engage in that pattern of conduct, the absence of any form. And that is the pattern of conduct. She's abiding by that code, the same code that Ontario Police Department engaged in, with whom she's engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping and criminal summoning, all right, while I am documenting what is direct evidence of that of a psychopath and a sex offender. You have what is engaging in hostility to that documentation, and she is entirely unstable, picking a personality moment by moment. Okay, so my encounters with her, understand, is documentation of her. That's license 4WON432, and engaging in what is sexually violent, threatening conduct with the state, and is in no way, understand, the evidence against Tracy Banks. Not only am I documenting it on an ongoing basis as the state continues to stalk by plane and helicopter while I'm in her car, while I'm anywhere else in public, while I'm in what was her apartment, while I'm anywhere else in public, the absence of coincidence, including while I'm in her car parked at 630 North Fern Avenue. So you have what is a demon-possessed stalker. Understand what I'm dealing with. This same psychopath laughing while I am speaking about being kidnapped, which that is what it was, and understand her audible activity vacillates based on what I'm speaking about, the criminal activity that she's engaged in. She's hostile because I'm revealing what is the predatory and sexually perverted conduct that she is engaged in, 8EAC218. And I'm not going to stop speaking the reality of what they're engaging in. And I'm going to prosecute for that. Not only based on the reality of the pattern of conduct, but then what you have is the demon possessed who engage in hostility and then want to switch around. They are the psychopaths. And let me be clear, that's exactly how Satan conducts himself. All right? Points his finger at you and calls you crazy when they are engaging in, and everything about the pattern of conduct reveals what is an entirely demented entity engaging in group conduct. All right, she's engaged in idle threat after idle threat. That's not going to stop documentation. 7WCY176 and 50599G3. And you have what is her engaging in the pattern. This is the reality. While she is engaging in the pattern of conduct, underway. Like I said yesterday, excuse my French, but the bitch is monitoring. While she is monitoring, she is engaging in criminal defamation and harassment. All right, that's a terrorizing threat while you're acting as the state, which she is as a third party, and she is engaging in that defamatory audible activity. That's the state's pattern of conduct. That's exactly what I documented with regard to fictitious prosecution, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. The same Ontario Police Department, by the way, with whom she engaged in multiple acts of attempts at kidnapping, because that's what criminal summoning is about. All right, that's exactly why you're engaging in summoning the police for having no reason to do so. All right, even in their alternate universe, they don't have a reason to do so. But let me be clear, where federal stalking is underway, you don't even have any grounds. The police are monitoring. They don't have probable cause. They are engaging in facilitation. That's the reality of what they're doing. So you have this one who was out of her mouth engaging in documented acts of criminal defamation, the pattern of conduct. And this is also evidence of the exact same thing that I was stating, as I've already documented. She is not sitting in that courtroom of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court that's engaged in kidnapping and a fictitious prosecution, which was obstruction of justice, because she is any supportive mother. You heard it coming out of her mouth. This is a psychopath and a sex offender. She is engaged in kidnapping, which the people of the state, 7AAY036, were directly engaged in, while the state kept its fake son over me in the vehicles belonging to the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, while these same actors that I'm documenting while I'm not kidnapped by FedEx, by the United States Postal Service, were monitoring while I was kidnapped by the state. The same exact demonic system underway. Tracy Banks maintaining presence in that courtroom, which is a facilitating venue. This is what I'm showing you while I'm going from upland to the city of Fontana, and the state's fake son is passing over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. It's a facilitating venue. All right, that is irrespective of whatever it is you call yourself. I'm showing you what is a facilitating venue, and that's exactly what was ongoing while I was at that court, monitoring amongst the demon possessed while she sat there engaged in kidnapping. All right, and hoping that I did not know my legal rights and that I was not able to basically show those demons for who they are. And those are the demons of the court, those attorneys and those judges that were engaging in kidnapping. And I documented them on the facility cameras inside of that venue, speaking to what is the ongoing pattern of kidnapping by that Ontario Police Department, where they're repeatedly engaged in kidnapping, trying to force me to be arraigned multiple times in order to restart that which was a fake case in the first place. That's why you're trying to re-arraign me. That's not even a real thing, but trying to duplicate an arraignment that originally occurred by Shannon Faye Hertie in 2020. See, I'm aware of all this, and I'm documenting this on their cameras, and this is something that you cannot avoid. It's documented fact, and I've already published this as well. This is what she cannot address. And so the unintelligent demon-possessed stalker that Tracy Banks is resorts to what is criminal defamation. But understand, that's the pattern of conduct. The pattern of conduct is such that the target individual will never be heard in the first place. You're just going to somehow just kidnap them and throw them away in a mental ward, and nobody's going to hear them but for documentation. So you are looking at what the state is engaging in step by step, all right, and level by level, as I'm publishing what is an ongoing state system, and you're looking at what is the maliciousness of that system, while third parties whom you know, those whom you're related to, those whom you may have had a personal relationship with, they are third parties. The government is monitoring you. You don't have a friend. 7T33518. You don't have a friend that's not monitoring you, in other words. You don't really know them, in other words. And this is demon possession. All right, that's exactly what this demonic entity does. It's wearing a mask. The mask has been revealed, and I have captured what is Satan acting through what is Tracy Banks. She's nothing but a puppet, all right? And I'm dealing with a psychopath who laughs as I'm speaking about being kidnapped, or well, even in her demon-possessed state cannot deny, all right? You have what is, on the one hand, on one day, like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe you were kidnapped. This is her audible activity on one day. But today, while I'm documenting what is sexual violence by that same entity that engages in kidnapping, all right, now, and because it includes her, I'm specifically addressing her because she is a third party. All right, and I think she gets it confused because I'm reading the license plate 7ZTN354 while I'm in her car, and I'm not saying the name Tracy Banks, and she thinks I'm not documenting her, and I am. That goes without saying. You see what car I'm in. The question is, how did I get there? Tracy Banks was driving. All right, where was I sleeping? At 630 North Fern in Tracy Banks' vehicle. That's a direct tie to her. It's none of that. And not only that, I was already in her apartment. There is no exception as to the pattern of conduct. You're talking about documenting a different venue, which is showing what is an ongoing state system, regardless of where you're at. Okay, so I think this small-minded minion by the name of Tracy Banks is confused because I'm documenting her moment by moment. Her documentation of Tracy Banks is not stopping. She's going to get it the worst because she represents the threat by the government document where third-party insiders, as I refer to them, including Eric Corey Spencer, I don't have to say his name either, that's her minion's son, they were engaged in monitoring and sexual violence unbeknownst to me for years. I'm going to prosecute. She's providing audible activity as to the reason why and the ways in which you are raising what is an impermissible threat, facilitating a government's ability and a demon-possessed entity to engage in this targeting system. She was living, we were living together, all right? She was engaging in criminal facilitation. She was doing this with her son. That is sexually perverted. They're sex offenders, 6UZH200. But understand, you're dealing with the demonic, and that is separate from what is that which the demonic entity exploits, if you will. So you're talking about in the flesh, your brother and sister. In the flesh, your mother and daughter. Spiritually speaking, this is demon possession. There is none of that fleshly ties, and you're talking about engaging in the same exact sexual predatory conduct that is in no way regarding the fact that you are a blood relative. And this is that which you're not going to see on their face. This is the reality of demon possession. This is the reality of this satanic conduct that I'm exposing, which is inherent to what is public corruption as you're prosecuting what is federal stalking amongst the demon possessed. And that was a demon possessed stalker who you hear engaging in defamation, criminal defamation. Even everything that she is saying is P.O.C. While I've already shown, and this is what I'm saying, don't be distracted. This is what Satan wants to do, wants to distract, even wants to distract me by trying to insult me. A psychopath and a sex offender cannot insult me. She is already done, okay? You can stick a fork in her. She is done, all right? What she is and who she is, and I'm also telling her secret that she is demon-possessed. She is a psychopath, and she is one monitoring Erica Lorraine Spencer, who she bore. Okay, her own daughter. That is speaking to the level of sickness there. Not sickness such that it is removing criminal responsibility, because this criminal knows exactly what she's doing. She's a psychopath who engages in that which is further facilitating the pattern of conduct intentionally. She's engaging in P.O.C. That is script, what she's talking about. Calling me crazy while I've specifically documented an identical behavioral pattern amongst a group of people that is literally, it is step-by-step identical. It doesn't matter where you're going. You're looking at an identical behavior pattern. It's demonic, all right? And you're able to identify it by the objective conduct that you are witnessing with your own eyes. There is nothing crazy about that. And not only that, it's substantiated with its ongoing evidence that you are witnessing with your own eyes. You know for a fact already that that's not the son that I've shown in different counties, in different cities, at all of them at the same time, over the same place. You're telling me the fake son is over Broadway in college, at the same time it's over me at the Starbucks in Ontario? No, it's not. 67234U2. That is ongoing direct evidence. And I'm going to prosecute what Tracy Banks has said. What Tracy Banks just said is documentation against her and against the entity. It is in no way an insult from that which is a sex offender. All right. She has deep rooted issues. Amongst them is that she is demon possessed and she is a psychopath, and she has been a stalker for years. That's what I was really about to break down in the car. But understand, all of that is also to be a distraction because she doesn't want me to document third parties. This is all hostility to my documentation. This is what needs to be understood. But I will give some relative background as I already have before. This is a psychopath with a history of stalking. As a child, she would engage in, instead of walking her kids home, we're your kids, what are you hiding around phone poles for and sneaking around as though you don't want me to know that you're walking home with us? Why not just hold your kid's hand and walk home with them? That's not what she did, though. She's a psychopath, and she would engage in hiding around, and then I would turn around abruptly and I see her hiding behind a phone pole. Of course, as a kid, I'm laughing. Like, ha ha ha, mommy is funny. But getting older, this is context, okay? She has a history of stalking, and she has engaged in, and I put this in air quotes because this is context to what I'm documenting now, being in an entirely different city in Los Angeles County, and I'm running into her at the same drive-through, a Wiener Schnitzel, okay? Which is a random place. It's not like Wiener Schnitzel is my favorite restaurant and I'm there all the time, so it's going to be, and even if that was the case, how are you still at the same Wiener Schnitzel that I don't talk to you about, and I didn't tell you where I'm at, and you're at the same drive-through in Los Angeles County? All right. Didn't say anything, though. Unbeknownst to me that I'm subject to monitoring and that this is a psychopath and this is a demon-possessed stalker. This is Tracy Banks' history. And by the way, 7ZTN354, you have what is a history of her claiming that people were following her. This was her when I was a young kid and growing up as a teenager. She would come home talking about people are, no, not people. Someone is following her. That's exactly what she would say. She would tell me and her son, Eric Corey Spencer, and that someone's following her home, and she dodged them. She would repeatedly speak about that. That sounds like paranoia to me. I'm gonna let you know right now, ain't nobody following her, she's a stalker. But it's interesting that she posits this into the mindset of me at the time. I'm a minor, where this system I'm documenting now as an adult, where the government is engaging in this system. And I find that interesting. And you also have what is her positing mental illness into her family, which she disregards. She tried to, as she engaged in criminal summoning with Upland Police, having no form. I'm cleaning the kitchen and there was no conversation between us. And then she calls the police. All right. This is when I decided I'm moving away from her. And she engages in physically attacking me, waging false allegations, and then begins summoning the police after I'm not talking to her. I'm literally like, I'm moving and I didn't say nothing else to her. I was packing up my stuff and I was about to be going on with my life. So there's no conversation and she's calling the police. And then as the police arrive, this is Upland PD engaging in the pattern of conduct. This is criminal defamation. This is an attempted kidnapping. All right. So you're talking about the ability to deal with demons, the ability to use the law because I know my rights and understand the threat posed by the entity, because what Tracy Banks does is the entity acting. When she engages in criminal summoning, that's a threat to engage in kidnapping, but for knowledge of why are you even here in the first place, and that's defamation while you're uttering that which is irrelevant to the alleged purpose of your presence in the first place, which you don't even have any form. What are you? Oh, because your music is too loud? So Tracy Banks called the police on you because my music is too loud, or because somebody reportedly has mental illness and that's why you're here, which is, I mean, totally a tangent, okay? But this is what is ongoing, and that was Officer Arnold of the Upland Police Department. I've already published this, that entire scenario, and it was criminal summoning from the outset as I began documenting and becoming aware of very peculiar conduct as an adult, thinking independently, and not only of Tracy Banks, who lived in my apartment in Upland, but amongst those whose name I don't know. For example, 45947C3, monitoring with the United States Postal Service at gas stall number 1, vehicle number of USPS 0213470, license plate 6PHW697, license plate 7HZZ591. So you have what is a history of stalking, a history of speaking as one who is paranoid and having no evidence of it whatsoever. That's not what the situation here. I'm documenting what is federal stalking, which is unprecedented stalking by a government that's already established. The state is government. The government, the public entity is monitoring with communication devices, and that is already established. The state's pattern of conduct. That's exactly why it's flying over my head at the same place at a different time, at my same motion of movement, getting out the car, hovering plane over my head. In the identical fashion, the state is stalking by plane and helicopter. The state is stalking by law enforcement. The pattern of conduct of the state is already established. I am showing what the state is doing, not by itself, with the people of the state. And how do I do that? By the established environment that is being maintained. And that is why the state is stalking with this unnatural environment, that which is light, which is unnaturally occurring. What I have documented is unquestionable. You're talking about the audible activity of a psychopath who has just added to the prosecution of the entire entity. Okay, she doesn't have an argument. The entity doesn't have an argument. All right, so you're talking about 9:24 a.m. audible activity of a psychopath monitoring with the United States Postal Service. Monitoring, that's audible activity that she's monitoring with while she's driving up the street, and the state is stalking. Understand that. The P.O.C. doesn't stop, okay? And she has been heavily documented engaging in the pattern of conduct of federal stalking and obstruction of justice. All right, and I know, not only that, I documented that demon-possessed stalker in her own home, which is a facilitating venue, in her vehicle, okay, where the state is engaging in the same presence, stalking with unnatural light, stalking by plane and helicopter, stalking by law enforcement. All of that while inside of her car, and you're listening to what is the audible activity of a psychopath and a sex offender who is hostile because I'm revealing the reality of her condition, BT12L82. And that's the reality of that, okay? So you think I'm going to be quiet? No, I'm not. I'm going to restrain that psychopath. She's going to be prosecuted. This is a white female wearing a pink beanie, a salmon-colored beanie, while she's monitoring, representing the United States Postal Service. On surveillance cameras, which I'm referencing right now, P.O.C., while she's monitoring inside of the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. You have what is the absence of any form, okay? So you're showing what is the malice of the system. You're showing what is the demonic activity. All right, so this is sexual violence, and you're understanding how the demonic are sex offenders, sexually violating you in ways that you're not even aware of, and then they're engaging in criminal activity, which you can objectively identify based on the established pattern of conduct. All right, so what is that? That's Satan himself engaging in hostility to that. Having the absence of any intelligent response, Okay, so engaging in criminal defamation, that's a script. And that's exactly what the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, and the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court engaged in, which is documented, and repeatedly so. This state has engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, which are documented, and many of it, including Tracy Banks' criminal activity, all right, while she's engaging in what is federal stalking representing a government. I'm going to prosecute her, and she's going to be restrained. This is audible activity serving to why that group stalker needs to be restrained, and the threat, the impermissible threat that she wages while engaging in repeated acts of kidnapping with the state, all right? She's going to federal prison for that, all right? That's P.O.C. It is 9:26 a.m. It is, I'm at 204 North Euclid Avenue, United States Postal Service engaging in criminal monitoring with the state, the criminal defamation, and engaging in presence while I remain at the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue, 6 P.O.B. 936, license plate BN 645 8WUU 196 and 7B FY 526 88KR 115. And everything that I'm speaking of, I have already published with regard to the venue, which was Woodside Senior Apartments, heavily documented, and engaging in what is that fictitious prosecution while she's creating audible activity under the fake sun. This is the ongoing environment while I documented Tracy Banks engaging in what is criminal defamation and participation in what is a fictitious case while she's communicating with the public defender's office that wouldn't even communicate with me about this fake case. But she's calling and somehow has mysterious information. This is on my podcast. The video of the fake sun over her apartment building that remained for the day, for the duration of the day, just like I'm documenting at Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, at Upland Public Library, at Starbucks, while I'm in the city of Los Angeles going back and forth, and the fake sun is going back from Upland to Los Angeles and back and forth, because that's what I did on the Metro lane. I did it on purpose so that you can see it for your own eyes, as the state kept its fake sun over me as I went back and forth and back and forth, okay? This is documentation that is already published. This is nothing new. And then you have what is, and this is demon possession. This is showing her condition, all right? And this is the impermissible threat by one whose name you know. So this is speaking to the indiscriminate threat posed by the entity, all right? Giving someone a ride is not helping them. That is not a show of any sort of love or support while you're monitoring them. You're threatening my life. That's like saying, God bless you under the fake sun. You're threatening their life as you're monitoring with the state in that environment, and you're maliciously doing so. Demon-possessed actors thinking you do not know the substance of what is actually surrounding you and what is actually occurring. So you're stripping down the veneer. Saying I love you is form for audible activity. Doing so in the fake sun, understand that's the removal of form. You don't have any form. You're in the state's environment. And the presence of a fake sun is establishing that pattern of conduct ceaselessly underway in concert with the people of the state. So ongoing manipulation of the environment is no deviation from that ongoing pattern of conduct, period. And that's the P.O.C. All right. This is an unintelligent attempt to defame one. She cannot defame me, but understand that's the pattern of conduct, and you're going to create policy and you're going to prosecute profusely for that. OK, and that is direct evidence against the entire entity. FedEx, that's engaging in repeated crossing the path, UPS crossing the path, United States Postal Service loitering in relevant position, monitoring with the people of the state while she's engaging in that defamatory audible activity, while the state is hovering over me in her car, in airplane, posing that sexually violent threat. Let me be clear. Let me tell you the truth. Satan cannot stand to hear the reality of not only the evidence against him, what is the actual truth, raw material of what it is engaging in. All right, understand, never fathomed it. Thought that this system was going to be maintained as some concealed secret society, and it's not. So I'm dealing with a demon-possessed stalker who is entirely hostile. Understand, representing Satan himself. This is a spirit that I'm dealing with, an evil spirit. This is the reality of demon possession. Acting through Tracy Banks, and let me be clear, that's the only reason why you would engage in this system against your own flesh and blood. All right, but let me be clear, like I've already stated, spirit is more substantial than blood, contrary to what you may understand or actually know. This is how you have what is flesh and blood family turn on one another. It's actually abnormal. It's unnatural. All right, as unnatural as is the fake sun while United States Postal Service is engaging in the absence of form, delivering a package or mail. All right, it's demon possession. It's stalking conduct in concert with the state, and the United States Postal Service represents the state directly. P.O.C. It is 9:30 a.m. and referencing the cameras. As the United States Postal Service leaves the venue, that's presence while she's monitoring, buying food, whatever it is, adding to her waistline, she's monitoring, wearing her pink beanie, in shorts with black tights on, patrolling in relevant position and monitoring with the rest of the people, FedEx, UPS crossing path, monitoring with the entirety of this venue that is in relevant position. At 204 North Euclid Avenue, it is currently 9:30 a.m., that's P.O.C. All right, I did complete a purchase. It's 9:41 a.m. and I'm documenting what is the maintenance of presence. License 6JIF049. Present on behalf of the state, acting by a third-party FedEx, the African-American male with the same license driving FedEx license plate 70505Z1, which was under the fake sun that the state tried to subdue, right? And the state keeps its fake sun over D Street, which is not 5 feet, about I would say less than 75 feet away on D Street, all right? And this is the use of peculiarized light. That's the state's pattern of conduct in that environment. And this is the ongoing pattern of conduct. This is maintenance of presence amongst the group stalker that is FedEx. This is also the act of terrorism while they're stalking, engaging in that state's pattern of conduct in concert with the people and the government itself, and also engaging in what is terrorism as the psychopath that is represented. This is a demonic entity engaging in this system with knowledge of your documentation, okay? Acting with the state, acting via USPS 0213472, now at Gaston number 5. Maintaining presence on the cameras, and I'm walking around, I'm on camera documenting their presence, and they're acting with the third parties that are at the venue of 204 North Euclid Avenue. License plate VIDABYA 8LWJ688 and 5XHU209. And it is currently, again, 9:43 a.m. and I'm clearly on the cameras. I'm just walking through and I'm documenting. This is maintenance of presence, and you're seeing the brands that are engaging in the state system, speaking to what an ongoing system looks like of monitoring with the government. 299LL, that's handicap, okay? And documenting themselves as they go inside of the venue to make a purchase, to stand around. They're engaging in federal stalking, which I was also pointing out to the camera as I walk to the back of the store, as I walk to the front of the store. Someone is there to maintain presence in the path, okay? This is demonic activity as they are outwardly looking like they're focusing on, for example, buying hot wings, and they're maintaining presence, waiting for the moment for me to change direction. That is the maintenance of presence. The path is the same thing the state is doing inside and outside of the bathroom. This is what they are doing, okay? And that is sexually violent conduct while you are engaging in that demented group activity inside of the private space. And that's the necessary legislation for addressing that sort of terrorism in that private space, engaging in terrorism while you're entering the private space. This is directed light. This is the creation of audible activity, which the state does with planes and sirens, for example. That's a sexually violent threat. That's what the entity engages in. And then that is speaking to what you're subject to while your panties are down, okay? 5S70712, and that's the reality of what Tracy Banks can't stand to hear about herself. That's what her problem is. She can't stand to hear the truth about herself. Her issues are not mine. I'm going to prosecute her for her issues because she engaged in the P.O.C. against the wrong one. Okay? P.O.C. license plate 7ZVM906. That is P.O.C. at 704. That is the pattern of conduct as I'm at 711, where Tracy Banks drops me off at 204 North Euclid Avenue. Okay? In case I didn't read these, 7BRJ227 and what is 8UZW021. Patrolling. Demons crossing path repeatedly. License plate 94H728. 8RDV398, 7MBT209. And understand these same demons, they speak as one. They're the ones engaged in criminal defamation that you heard. 8JFC638, 8PQF290, 6WXH866. Not only because this is group conduct that you're witnessing, that I'm documenting, all right, that's going to be prosecuted. They're acting vicariously on behalf of the government, but also because this is that is script, that is classic P.O.C. And this is the design of the system, immediately suggesting something about the mental state of the one reporting what the government is doing while you are engaging in that which is of a psychopath. 8GFU483, and a very violent sex offender, okay? That's the pattern of conduct. Not only because it's grouped, they're acting on behalf of the state, they're acting in concert, and it is a demonic entity acting as one, a public entity and a demonic entity acting as one, but because that is literally the pattern of conduct amongst those. Understand what that group stalker, for example, at Starbucks, the African-American with the Idaho license plate, all right, who also showed up to be engaged in P.O.C. like they were gathering a bunch of minions together to substantiate criminal summoning, while they're all under the fake sun, okay? 8WFX049, and then I go to the city of Chino, and I'm telling you it's the P.O.C. while I'm there. And I'm going to document that. And that's exactly what I did. But when I go to the city of Chino, when I go to Upland, when I've already been to the city of Los Angeles, and you're looking at what they're doing, that's the pattern of conduct. What's the first thing out of that demon-possessed stalker's mouth? Do I know you? AS506, handicap, United States Postal Service 0217997. Do I know you? All right, which is audible activity while he's standing underneath the fake sun that is squarely over my head at Starbucks in that parking lot, while he's stalking in the path of the restroom in the parking lot. I understand what that demon was doing. All right, so you have what is the classic form for the psychopath, the one that is actually crazy. And understand my use of crazy as in entirely demented, fully determined to engage in ongoing crazy conduct. All right, with a bunch of other crazy people who think that it's concealed, and it is not concealed. Matter of fact, they don't think it's concealed. They know it's not. 6FMB290, 8ARE502. They know it's not concealed. They're just mad that it's not concealed, and that I'm literally applying a mega horn to what is entirely demented activity. Tracy Banks should be embarrassed. You should be mad at yourself while she's doing it, because I'm speaking to the whole big picture of what she's doing. Not only is it sick, she's doing it to somebody she's related to, 8EUW869. Okay? And like I already said, the moment that I suspected, and no, I didn't say, you're monitoring me. I didn't know what was going on. I just knew it was very weird. It was very weird, whatever it was, and she had something to do with it because she's in my house and my communication devices were being tampered with. I'm at work. Who else is it going to be? Somebody's breaking in the house and tampering with my communication devices? Why would somebody break in my house and then try to put on a screen recorder on my MacBook laptop? Why would somebody else break in the house and do that? She's not talking about something happening with her communication devices. All right, so I'm looking 8UUX425. So I'm looking directly at her suspect, but I didn't yell at her, you're messing with my computer. I didn't say none of that. I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm moving. I don't know what's going on, but I'm out of here. And in addition to that, you have what is the harassment I'm subject to on the job. It was like at work, at the place of worships. And again, that's not a real church. Those are demons that are just hollering Jesus under the fake sun at Sunrise Church of Rialto. That's what was ongoing there, because that's not the sun that was over that church in the city of Rialto. You have what is that was the maintenance of light while I was at that venue, and they were using what was religion as the guise for presence and audible activity, okay? Monitored in that building that was a religious organization. It was a practicing of demonic activity, okay? You have Peculiarized Light by City of Upland right now, 9:49 a.m. It is the identification of demon possession while you're in that environment, while you're engaging in those criminal elements. And criminal defamation is supposed to be that which is pointing the finger back at the one that is reporting it. And this is speaking to the necessity of policy. It is not a fallacy that the government is monitoring. It is also not a fallacy that the government is monitoring with the people. And that is what I have laid out in the environment that is proving what they are engaging in. And this is the absence of any form. And so you're talking about the ability to prosecute any commercial actor. And as that policy becomes enforced, all right, you're talking about a redesign of how you're going to do business in a world where it is known that the government is monitoring, and the ways in which they've had the ability to do so without any question. All right, and you're talking about from the use of the state, using its sirens, using their jobs, the ability to abuse that, and doing it without question. These are things that need to change. These are things that are implicated as I'm documenting how the government engages in the P.O.C. You're seeing what municipalities engage in, just what I just showed you with the city of Upland, city of Ontario, okay? But at literally every city that I've been to, the city of Diamond Bar, the city of Pomona, the city of Costa Mesa, just utilizing the bare function, the bare identity of their outward appearance as that which they're relying on, and we're legitimate and we can do this and no one's going to question it because of who we are. That is literally the conduct of this demonic entity that is monitoring systematically in concert with and on behalf of the government. So yeah, that absolutely has to change, and that is what is being revealed, and it is not going to be unquestioned. It is something that is suspect where the government is monitoring. You also have what is the let me get this license plate, 8K NY993. You also have what is the pattern of conduct itself, which is so demented. First of all, never to be discerned. All right, this is the hope that it's never going to be discerned, and even if it were, this person, and understand the notion of stalking with a fake son. First of all, that is unheard of, and I understand that because I knew that I'm like, how is this thing over? This can't be the sun. I don't know what this is, but this cannot be the sun that's over my head all day long, right? All day long, no matter where I go. And this is what drew my attention about it. And this is something that is unheard of, and I automatically know. I mean, it is axiomatic when you are documenting what is a satanic system. It is conduct that is designed by itself. It is so demented, in other words, it's so twisted, it is so wicked that it is naturally disbelieved. I'm sorry, 5 NAS 160, and understand that is an evil intention. That's what you need to understand. But for documentation. Or my documentation has removed the fallacy that the government is not monitoring. My documentation has removed the fallacy that demonic activity is somehow not real, or that you cannot perceive it. That's not true. You don't have to have spiritual discernment to see it. You're recognizing it by what they're doing. This is a satanic system, and as they engage in the elements of the system, which is achieving federal stalking, but it's the practicing of demonic activity, you thereby know you are dealing with a demon-possessed actor. And everything that they are saying and doing is to that criminal end, and it is serving also obstruction of justice, as they are in any way adding any other harm or threat to that targeted individual who is under the law and able to enforce their rights against what is terrorism by the demonic entity that's engaging in the system. Okay, and that's the reality of what I've shown, and I've literally documented this morning what is the act of a demon-possessed actor. That is Tracy Banks, who was a psychopath, and I grew up by this psychopath, and understand that was experience. That was exposure to what I would be revealing on a grander scale, okay? And that's exactly what I'm doing. I understand how psychopaths operate, and I understand the level of sickness, 7MET710, and let me give you what is the paradox to that. It is so sick that it is assumed that it would be disbelieved, all right? That's the plan. That is literally the plan out of the pit of hell. It is so sick. It is so twisted. If anyone even said it out loud, it's not going to be believed. They're automatically going to be written off as crazy. And then while you're writing them off as crazy, the state will engage in just kidnapping you, and nobody's going to question it, all right? This is but for documentation. This is but for knowledge of the law and your own rights, the ability to legally represent yourself, which is essentially exactly what I had to do and am doing and will prosecute. And I'm going to show you how any ordinary target individual that did not go to law school or practice law, you don't need to. All right, I've broken it down such that any ordinary person can enforce their rights. 6 FRC 268. And that's the purpose of this. 02143336. That's United States Postal Service. You don't have to be a legal eagle, and you don't have to be some super duper esoteric spiritual. It doesn't take all that. I've broken down the system. It is satanic, but you're talking about what you're being exposed to. It's referred to as terrorism amongst the demon possessed. Then they're engaging in criminal activity, which is federal stalking. This is how you're going to reply to it. This is how you're going to address it, because that's what it is. But I'm giving you what is the context. These are psychopaths. You hear the audible activity of that psychopath. Who's going to be prosecuted for that? I'm going to prosecute United States Postal Service for that audible activity because she's monitoring with them. 7XYU335. Indeed, that audible activity, which is an impermissible threat to me while she is monitoring, and it is the criminal facilitation of every group stalker, including what is the 2YVANEZ, all right, third-party group stalker 82691Y1, who monitor in concert with that. They're part of that ongoing crime, and these are sex offenders. That's the reality of the demonic, okay? So while you can't prosecute someone for what is in their mind, all right, you prosecute them for what they do. All right. And while the demonic, let me let you know, the demonic know when your panties are down. They know what you're doing. They don't have to look at you. They're not, it's not laser vision through walls. It's demonic conduct. You're surrounded by demons. 02143339, crossing path again, United States Postal Service, 7TFY623, and license plate 5LRX553. They know what you're doing. These are sex offenders inherently, okay? And this is that which you don't know, because you can't see the fact that they know what you're doing inside of a private space. You're going to prosecute because it's a sex offender that's engaging in the state's pattern of conduct, and as they are engaging in the criminal elements monitoring in and around that private space. And that is objective evidence that you can prosecute for. And it needs to be further known, it's not going to be a mystery that this one that's engaging in the system is a demon-possessed sex offender that is able to, and is with knowledge, engaging in the system knows what you're doing in the private space, is a very violent sex offender, and then going to the predatory method of engaging in stalking you in that bathroom, stalking you in the incredible method with planes and helicopters, with that which is not normal light. Where the hell is this light coming from? What is this about while you're trying to go to the bathroom, while you're surrounded with the inside of the bathroom and all around in the bathroom? This is terrorism, and a sexually violent one. And that's the reality of what Tracy Banks is engaged in. And this is what she has been doing for years. And I'm a prosecutor for it. Every idle word that just came out of her mouth, I'm a prosecutor for it. We're going to run the tape back, in other words, and I'm going to restrain that demon for what she just said. Okay? This is the necessity of that. They are psychopaths that need to be restrained. All right? And those that are waging that impermissible threat, the third parties whom you know, the names whom you know when you're being monitored and you know their names, they are waging an impermissible threat. I mean, they are the most violent threat because the government is acting literally through them. You live with them, or you date them, or you're married to them, whatever your situation might be, the government is monitoring, and that's a third party. There's no excuse. There's no forum. 8VQC 322. And engaging in what is the pattern of conduct of obstruction of justice as you begin documenting it. That's the sounding of sirens with simultaneity to my walking across the street. Stalking with light is the United States Postal Service 0213557. That's an act of terrorism by the United States Postal Service. That's P.O.C. And they are patrolling on C Street, meaning this vehicle crossing path over and over and over again. It was 0213557 is crossing path now at the same time the sirens sound, which is at the moment I cross the street. That's demonic activity by the United States Postal Service. 8WHC 957, 8VMR 639. Communication device in hand, light activity creation while the state is sounding sirens. That's a Caucasian female, that's demon possession. That's P.O.C. 8VMR 639. It is 9:58 a.m. That's called amplification. 8MVR639 just drives the circle around me. That's a demon-possessed stalker. She's engaging in pacing. She drives down the street. She enters the parking lot right in front of me, and she drives the opposite direction. That's pacing. Just doing it in a car. GBPAKRR. License 7WBH 554. YPB 713. And that is the very criminal conduct of the state that's going to be addressed with legislation. California is established as one monitoring American citizens, and so you're gonna break that down, break that all the way down. 5YAT 702. The government is monitoring, and so this criminal use of what is the indicator of a state, sounding sirens, it is for the criminal misuse and act of terrorism, while federal stalking amongst the demon possessed. This is the practicing of terrorism in the state of California, and so that is absolutely intolerable. And this is speaking to that which is to be addressed by legislation, and it is also speaking to what needs to be addressed on a grander scale, because you're understanding what is government conduct, what is the ways in which your government itself is engaging in the pattern of conduct. I've exposed so much while I'm documenting the pattern of conduct in California. And it's literally a template, 7BHR053, for educating on what is not only public corruption, because that's what this is. It's public corruption while you're sounding your sirens, and that is provided with an automatic presumption of what's ongoing. You're sounding sirens. But it's actually what is the absence of any form. Understand that presumption is called form. That is called audible activity in relevant position, pursuant to a demonic behavioral pattern. As I engage in a new movement, immediately sirens are sounding, while ongoing pacing amongst the demon-possessed, including the United States Postal Service and FedEx. All right, in addition with every license plate that I'm continuously reading. That's the pattern of conduct right there. All right, and so this is what is to be addressed and understood and broken down. And I have every confidence that a government, in understanding what is the satanic conduct of terrorism, can be thoroughly addressed in ways that are appropriate, not, unconstitutionally infringing on necessary rights. But see, that doesn't apply anymore where a government is criminal, where the government is sex offender, where the government is kidnapper, all right, and is including with the people of the state. This is inclusive of the people. So you're talking about a third party that doesn't have any constitutional argument for some constitutional infringement where you're engaging in monitoring and terrorizing American citizens. No, that's a contradiction. That's not how that works. And so there's necessary policy that needs to be addressed, okay? And that is the absence of credibility by that public entity that engages in this criminal system. And it's a matter of necessity in the state of California where the pattern of conduct is established. I can't speak for Nebraska. I can't speak for Texas. I can't speak for New York. I can't speak for Georgia, even though I've been to Georgia and I was being monitored, all right? But I'm not going to speak there. I'm just documenting California, okay? So, but it is speaking to the necessity of policy and the constitutional response. 6YEK392, 8XHW089, 7MJT706, 6ZVR824, 6RBH349, 8BQM607, 6TAD495, 8EUG249, 8KLS352, 60286D2, 7SBN334, 8CLE505, 8LCT212, 7YGD877, 8EYW820, sitting in their cars, stalking, parked in the handicap spot, maintaining presence. This is a heavy set African American female, okay, thick in the cheeks, and stalking in the path, operation of communication device. She's maintaining presence in the parking lot of the Upland Unified School District. License 1KMOR4D V150YO. All right, license 8LXK639 43161G3. Stalking with light at Molly's Super. That's a facilitating venue. That's demonic. And this group stalker with the thick cheeks that I just documented, she's stalking right here at the end of the parking lot, right next to me, while that's the creation of light. They're monitoring together, okay? 5HLH785. 21363C2. License 8P29022. Audible activity while this demon-possessed stalker stops in the middle of the street. That's amplification of audible activity. Stalker, you know where the library is. He's got a communication device in his hand while the state is amplifying audible activity. And he's stalking with activity. You know where the library is at? 8P, I hope he goes so you can see his mug on camera. 8P29022. I can't really see that, but I read it when he was coming down the street, and he stops in the street while you're hearing amplified audible activity. 8MON132. That's teamwork. Okay, just like I showed you seconds ago, or I told you seconds ago, stalking with light at Molly's Super in my path. And while that thick one is still sitting in the parking lot at Upland Unified School District while I'm walking past her. That's teamwork, okay? Amplification of Metrolink while they're patrolling on the street. That's teamwork. License plate 653KX 44029V1. All right, that's P.O.C. They're demons. Alrighty, and these are the same demons that engage in the pattern of conduct of criminal defamation. The reality is that no demonic stalker can actually defame you or insult you, understand who you are and what is going on, okay? But you're going to create policy because you're going to restrain that demon. You're going to prosecute for everything that comes out of that demon's mouth while they are in fact stalking you, okay? 5WSB861, 7SCA225, 8RTM084, 7CJP013, SCHADL, 8KJX490. Just sitting in the truck, stalking in the parking lot, 8VAX755, and this is 44029V1. All right, this is the same one. This old geezer, and I say that because I don't have any respect for a demon-possessed stalker, as you can't tell already. I'm going to prosecute him. They're despicable, disgusting creatures. They're the cockroaches of humanity. 227UD, this is the old white man who you see staring at a communication device with directed light on the wall behind his head. He's monitoring. You're looking at a demon-possessed stalker, and this is the same one with the license plate that he also uses his van as audible activity. It's 227UD handicap. 5JBE906. 1JASPER, City of Upland, and 77745K2, 6FFW208. Oh yeah, here it is. This is the one that, you know where the library is? That was again 8P29022. as a Latino male. It's 10:06 a.m. All right, I want to document, this is State Facilitating Venue, Upland City Hall, the maintenance of audible activity. The state is flying over it by plane also, amplifying plane engines literally as I change direction of walk to go get the license plate. That's an indication of state stalking, which the pattern of conduct doesn't stop anyway. That's called audible activity, 49000M2. License 8H44493, and that is State Facilitating Venue, the Upland City Hall. All right, so you're talking about what is the absence of any form, but the reliance that they have. They're repairing the door, the concrete, the road, whatever in front of the Upland City Hall, just like they're repairing the Veterans Plaza, they're replenishing it while they're engaging in federal stalking. It's engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring. Those are demons engaging in an outward appearance of one thing while they're engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring. It's demonic activity. It's 10:10 a.m., and that is, again, Upland City Hall, engaging in federal stalking and criminal facilitation. P.O.C. So what I captured in picture and in video is the group stalker that was maintaining headlights and then turns on their hazards as I stand out in front of the Ontario Civic Center. This is outside of the library. And immediately FedEx arrives at the opposite corner, and I took a picture of that as well. Stops at Arrow and Foothill on the opposite side of the street, monitoring with the people. That's driven by a male. He's going south on Euclid Avenue right now. It's 10:23 a.m. That's P.O.C. That's what I captured, and that's what the people are doing. They're monitoring using their vehicles on the roads and the highways, monitoring with communication devices, and the state is flying over by plane. All right, Upland City Hall is monitoring, as I showed you, well, as you heard, and they're sitting in relevant position to the entrance of the library. They're stalking in the path. They're also monitoring all day while I'm inside of the library as well. I'm just showing you visibly as I'm walking past and encountering the pattern of conduct, all the ways they're engaging in the ongoing elements, okay? This is the practicing of demonic activity as what is demonic conduct, achieving what is the criminal elements of federal stalking. Light activity and relevant positioning. They are monitoring with communication devices. It's 10:23 a.m. 8JFL 874, 8SDN 573, 019 682, 41107B1, 5ZSY 419, 7ERD 667, Clean Street again, 8TED 081, 7FBU 890, 7FGY 658, and 8HRD 636. Let's see, this is 5BEV 552, 7ARA 012. State is flying over Euclid in a commercial size plane, 6XCJ 250. 8WDS 205 01776D3, 7AVP 765, 8SH, let me see, 8SRH 349, 7MYH 750, 8TBC 797, 5696 1H1. All right, I did capture on video what was the maintenance of that white pickup truck that was parked at the corner of what is Bike Trail and Foothill, maintaining a turn signal while the vehicle was parked on the street in front of what is that law office. Those actors, they're monitoring as well. I documented the fake sun over me while I stood at that same exact corner, and the demon-possessed actor coming out of the Upland Unified School District that paces around me and then goes back into the parking lot, came out of the blue. I documented this while the fake sun was right over me at that little walkway where the bike trail is, and those actors inside of that law office walked out, maintaining positioning. That's the same location where that vehicle is parked on the side of the street and maintains a turn signal while they are not in the car. This actor, as I walk out, start getting license plates, the state flies over Euclid in a commercial plane, gets in the vehicle and drives north on Euclid and makes a U-turn to go south on Euclid. That's P.O.C. 8PTUT 797, 8UBC 641, 8UJJ220, and 18120J2, 1294983, 7UCA 793, 7RQD 043, 6HVK232, 7SQJ 111, 7SBN 334, 6ZBC 363. It is currently 10:28 a.m. 8TXM580. 6363 6B3. 6RDF 914. 7JZK 652. 6POV 242. 7MPM 502. Now understand that third party moving from what is visible to me on Euclid, the maintenance of peculiarized light activity, which is the state acting vicariously through the people who are both in state vehicles as well. Okay, this is state and third parties that maintain light. For example, what I showed you while I stood on the same Euclid Avenue nearest the First United Methodist, and FedEx was maintaining peculiarized light behind me and beside of Roy Cyclery. Okay, this is maintenance of light around the perimeter. Understand, it doesn't stop because that one moves from my site, stalking with peculiarized light. They maintain it around the perimeter. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. It is 10:29 a.m. and that is the ongoing pattern of conduct. This is demonic teamwork while they're engaging in targeting together. Monitoring with communication devices: 8LEU 959, 8TTS 364, 5ESD 257, 5L17135, 30303Z2, 6WJV 860, 1455797. B262J25, I believe that's a paper plate. 7FBN851, 5WDX697, Student Transportation of America, California 16052, license 6WGT126. That's the school bus engaging in federal stalking. It is 10:30 a.m. License plate 8CDS270. 7FJN239, 00051G3, 8LJG681. FD172, 385LL, handicap, 7NSU839, 7NVN428, 8HUU652, 8JFF441, 13229W1, 8KRF054, 8JCS469, 8UIG987, 8F21176, 7TYT801, 1240261, 8LFT440, 7VHH223, 6NNE670, 5XFJ951, 8EAG454, 6SSV772. Monitoring at Sam's Market on the opposite side of Euclid Avenue, the southbound side of Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring at that market. That's the maintenance of presence. It's a facilitating venue. This is the same street, 68103M1. This is the same street where the state places its fake sun. Understand, it is the same pattern of conduct at night and when you cannot see the state's light source, which is a direct indicator of what they're doing. 6DWP832. The fake sun documentation, 7RD and 402, is a visual for what is demonic activity and federal stalking. Okay, it doesn't change on a cloudy day or on a rainy day at nighttime. 1441356. And that's what FedEx fails to understand. The United States Postal Service, UPS, and every other commercial actor that's engaging in terrorism with the state that is also sounding plane engines, WOLFSNG. The state stalking with the light source is cumulative with the state's stalking conduct, which is also heavily established. 7ZZE324. Vertex is crossing path on Arrow and Euclid Avenue. It's 10:33 a.m. 6VIB427. 6ZNK615. 8CCT452. 8GNL787. This is what's so hilarious. What you'll also see, you'll see every hallmark at Tracy Banks' apartment. The state flying over my head, over the apartment at Woodside Senior Apartments. You'll see me walk from the inside of her apartment to outside and capture the helicopter fly over my head, over the apartment building, and you'll see the fake moon over that apartment building. You will see what is the state's fake sun over that apartment building. You'll see what is directed light inside while I'm inside of that apartment building, that which is impossible light activity streaming in all manner of direction, just like I've shown at every other venue. 7HMX923. 8VC, H6, I can't see the rest of that one. And that is what is so profound about the demon-possessed 8JOK020, excuse me, 8JOK020. That is, and it's profound in that you're talking about a psychopath, 08487H3. That is what is profound about it, but there's nothing profoundly intelligent about it. You're talking about literally looking at the smoking gun, and while it's in their hands with their fingerprints all over it and stating, it's not mine, and you're crazy. That's literally what they're doing, okay? And that's the absence of, and what I'm saying, but for documentation. And so that is speaking to the impermissible threat of the psychopath. That is a very violent sex offender. You're gonna prosecute for that. You're gonna prosecute for that. 8SAD 528. It's 10:34 a.m.
It's 12:02 p.m. This is documenting stalking in the bathroom. And they're on surveillance cameras. And while they are stalking in the restroom, the state is amplifying the sound of the elevator, which is impossible audible activity. This is P.O.C. It's 12:03 p.m. This is sexual violence at Upland Public Library. All right, 12:07 p.m. I'm on the surveillance camera exiting the private space. And it's the maintenance of audible activity inside of the restroom. Surveillance cameras will show an entrance inside of the restroom. This is the entity entering inside of that private space to create activity, which is sexually violent federal stalking conduct. Okay, that's a predator. You're remembering the environment, and you also remember what the state is doing, stalking in plane and helicopter as they enter inside of that space for that sexually violent purpose. It is 12:08 p.m. This is up in Public Library. And I'm also going to show you something else. All right, this is the elevator that I'm standing in front of. And I want to be clear that this is across the room from the restroom, and that is impossible to hear inside of the bathroom, let alone inside of the bathroom stall. The state is emanating the sound of what is reminiscent of the elevator. This is the absence of any forum for creation of audible activity, and it's also with simultaneity to what I'm doing in the restroom. This is the ongoing pattern of conduct. This is 12:08 p.m. use of the elevator as audible activity while that group stalker enters the private space to be in relevant position and create additional activity. It is 12:09 p.m. and this is context to what you're looking at, what they're doing outside around the bathroom while I'm inside of the private space. This is group conduct. It's teamwork, just like I'm showing you how they're doing outside. It's teamwork inside while the state is amplifying the location where I'm at. Maintaining presence all around me while I move inside of the venue. Amplifying audible activity where I am inside of the venue, including the study room. The state is doing that same thing that it does in the car, that it does while I'm kidnapped in jail, right? It's doing it in the bathroom. That's sexual violence. It's 12:09 p.m. and that is the sound of the elevator, which is not loud enough even to hear across the room, right? The state is amplifying it across the room, inside of the bathroom, in the bathroom stall. That's P.O.C. All right, it is currently 4:06 p.m. I did exit study room number 1, where I've remained since I came inside of the facilitating venue of Upland Public Library. And the state's fake sun is over D Street, and that is necessary in order for me to capture it with my phone, pointing it upwards through the windows that face D Street inside of state facilitating venue up in Public Library. Again, I would not be able to capture this where the state was keeping its fake sun directly over the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center in the city of Fontana, just as I captured. And at the same time, again, as I'm documenting in a different city and an entirely distinct different location where the state is not only captured, remaining in the window of the vehicle that I am being transported into a different city, that is Fontana. That was my latest example. You've got that documentation, and then you have what is remaining over that Fontana Lewis Library. After documenting it, the state's fake sun remaining over my head as I travel literally from Upland to well, actually, you're talking about from Ontario, because the state keeps its fake sun, remember, in the morning at 630 North Fern, then through Ontario to Upland. All right. And I've also provided what is documentation of the state keeping its fake sun at each of those cities for the duration of a day. OK, so you have
in conflict with that, what the state has placed its fake sun, and this is 4 p.m. I'm capturing it, and you're looking at what is directed light. That's not the sun, and that is not sunlight. You're looking at what is the placement of directed light inside of this venue. And again, you have what is, that is terrorism as I'm documenting, and you're understanding what the state is doing with light, the criminal purpose that it serves, and also the sexual violence that it serves while the demon-possessed patrol, because that's what they are doing in the aggregate. They are maintaining presence, engaging in repeated crossing of path, and doing so also in the private space and outside and around the private space. That is literally direct evidence against a very exceedingly violent sex offender that is aiming its fake sun over the venue and aiming directed light inside of the venue. This is prosecution for what is terrorism and what is the sex offender that is the state of California. That's video that I just captured. You're going to want to look at that. It is that which I have already demonstrated, but this is speaking to what is the ongoing continuity and consistency of my documentation. There is no cloudy day. There is no nightfall, meaning documentation is not sliced by day, meaning you're forgetting what is documented the previous day as though you're starting over. And this is what the state engages in as though the documentation, which is a matter of record of what it is doing as it is stalking with light, stalking in relevant position, and stalking with activity, which are the criminal elements of monitoring. And this is the substance, this is the significance, this is the beauty, the value of documentation. There is, and not only that, you're talking about where you have established what the state is doing, which is clearly stalking with a light source, which is an act of terrorism while you're engaging in stalking with a light source by that which is not the sun. The state also engages in stalking with directed light, molesting the person with directed light, invading any space that you are in with directed light, and doing so in concert with the people of the state who are demon possessed. They are in a demonic environment. It's a direct indication of their condition, every single last one of them, while they engage in the demonic behavioral pattern of stalking with noise and appearing, maintaining presence in the path, whether they are in a vehicle, whether they're on foot, on a bike, whether they are not visible to you inside of a building behind a wall. This is significant for the private space as well, okay? You are talking about what is capturing what is terrorism amongst the demon-possessed, and understand the demon-possessed are acting on behalf of a government that's practicing demonic activity corporately. That is terrorism, as I just captured it again in video and in pictures. And also, you're going to look inside. I took pictures of what is the directed light that's on the desk where I go to exchange the Google Chromebook. This is directed light that is literally in opposite directions. So it's spanning one way as though it's coming from the sun. So, which would be, for example, I just captured the fake sun over Allegro inside of the historic downtown Upland. All right. And I told you in that video, the state will engage in keeping its fake sun less than 150 feet away over D Street on, while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library, because this is the documentation that I've already captured. So that's exactly what the state has done, slicing and dicing it amongst one day or another, meaning keeping it cloudy in the morning does not negate the fact that I've already captured what the state is engaging in early in the morning in Ontario, or at the museum in Ontario, wherever it is that I am sleeping, and the state keeps its fake sun there in the morning. You're looking at what is following from morning until dusk with a fake sun, engaging in trying to slice up that which it is monitoring, which is my documentation, with a cloudy day, covering up its fake sun, which I also showed you in that video yesterday. The state immediately covered it up. Seconds later, this is what they're doing while I'm documenting FedEx engaging in terrorism and stalking. That's exactly what you're doing where the state's stalking with a sun. You're a stalker. You're stalking with the government, and you're a terrorist and a sex offender, and that's exactly how you're going to be prosecuted with that direct evidence of it. You have what is using a cloudy day, which is no way dissecting the ongoing documentation. The state is already established as placing its fake sun over D Street early in the morning when I'm already inside of the library, and then engaging in moving total deviation from that to remain over me while I go to the city of Fontana, where it's documented remaining there after the time that I am just capturing right now at 4 p.m. over D Street. And this is the conflict that I'm showing you that you can witness with your very own eyes while I'm inside of the venue under that which is not the sun, okay? I'm inside of the Upland Public Library. This is D Street as I'm facing it. You're looking at the one, and I pointed that out in the video while you're looking at that demon-possessed stalker who identified herself as a director. She's patrolling under the fake sun in directed light. She's communicating a terrorizing threat while she's monitoring in concert with the people of the state. That's engagement in criminal facilitation as well, while they are literally revealing, understand what I captured in video, you're looking at the demon possessed in a demonic environment, engaging in criminal activity, which is bare bones before your eyes now. The demons have been stripped of any form. This is the whole system that the system relies on, because you're not supposed to know that that's not the sun that they're under. You're not supposed to know that that's not sunlight that they're standing and walking around in. You're not even supposed to recognize that the noise that you're hearing is pursuant to a very specific pattern of what you are doing as you are doing it. Okay. And not only that, the sounds, anything that you're hearing is on a microphone. It's amplified. That is speaking to the totality of what you're witnessing. It's demonic. It is terrorism. And that's what I documented inside of the library right now. This is the continuity, as I stated yesterday, under the subdued fake sun, which was over Allegro in downtown historic Upland, where I documented terrorism. And then I showed you in that video where the state is going to keep its fake sun at D Street and 4 p.m. in the afternoon today. And that subdued fake sun was directly over me. Literally on the same block. This is what the state was doing in Ontario, at the Ontario Over Family Community Library, where, by the way, the state's fake sun is actually supposed to be remaining over that strip of street at C Street, right there at the turn circle, okay? That is P.O.C. It is currently 4:13 p.m. All right, I am on station number 1 at the Upland Public Library. And again, this is monitoring. So the reason why I've taken pictures of the screenshot is because you're looking at another method of monitoring and criminal obstruction of justice, down to the amount of allotted time on their desktops, which they're monitoring on. And it is also a criminal act of monitoring because this is under the state's pattern of conduct of federal stalking. So you have one that's sitting in relevant position on the opposite side of the table, sitting monitoring in relevant position of the laptop. First, I'm sorry, not the laptop, of the desktop computers. And second of all, you have what is the use of the login screen stating it's an incorrect library number. That's not a malfunction, and that is not a mistake. It's not a failure of technology. That's an act of monitoring, and it's specifically obstruction of justice. As desperate as these demons are to limit any time that you can have on the desktop computers, which they are engaging in limiting. This is what the Ontario Over Family Community Library was engaging in, limiting as much time as possible, because you're prosecuting them, and they're literally monitoring everything that you're publishing. And so that is the using the blocking as I'm correctly entering my library number repeatedly. This is also harassment, all right, while you are subject to federal stalking. And understand this is a threat to your life. So they are engaging in this sort of chicanery. You're going to prosecute for that. And that's why I'm documenting it. It's monitoring. It's also federal stalking. They're monitoring use of communication device. All right, it is 4:49 p.m. That's P.O.C. at Upland Public Library. All right, 5:51 p.m. on surveillance cameras, seeing me enter inside of the private space, and what you'll have is the entity enters inside of the private space, which is the restroom. Okay, this is maintenance of presence. So this is stalking in the bathroom and staying there in the event that I enter. That's the reality of what they're doing. The environment is present, and so you have what is the maintenance of presence in the bathroom stall. And as I enter on camera, the public entity, the demonic entity, is already in the bathroom stall, in there to create audible activity for relevant positioning, the maintenance of ongoing elements of monitoring on behalf of the state that is flying over this building by plane and helicopter while they're inside of that private space engaging in federal stalking. And that's criminal facilitation in that private space, because every minion that fills the library is also monitoring. All right, and that's the purpose of maintaining presence, and maintaining presence inside of the bathroom stall in anticipation of going inside of the restroom where the elements of monitoring are ongoing is a predator. Okay, showing you what is the presence of the directed light inside of the venue well after 4 p.m. today. That is the ongoing documentation of the predator that is waiting in a bathroom stall for you to enter in order to engage in the criminal elements of monitoring. That is the obsessive stalker. That is the one that is engaging in what is federal stalking in that private space. That is a very violent sex offender that is acting corporately, okay, within that condition of what is demon possession. This is an entirely demented actor, and that's the reality of what is waiting in the bathroom stall for you to go in there. Okay, this is the pattern of conduct. And that's on surveillance cameras at 5:51 p.m. State's fake sun has not gone anywhere. The state just moves its directed light around in real time, literally. And that's what I captured on video. And so that's the ongoing context of, as I'm revealing what is sexual violence, the exact thing that I showed you at Ontario Over Family Community Library. Those are predators that are covered in directed light, standing outside of the bathroom. engaging in what is demonic stalking activity while they're monitoring with communication devices covered in directed light, while the fake sun in direct conflict with what I captured, for example, today at 4 p.m., whereas the state's fake sun is right now in alignment with the Upland Public Library at that time where, for example, what I published on that day, while those demons are bathing in directed light and the fake sun is in alignment with the Ontario police who are on C Street, engaging in what is that act of terrorism, which was the Route 66 in that show at Ontario Town Square. That was an act of terrorism amongst demons. The ongoing elements, the hallmarks were present. It was P.O.C. And that was sexual violence on a massive scale. That is the invasion of privacy that you're subject to as you are being monitored inside of the private space, okay? And so in direct conflict with that, showing you what is the predator that's waiting inside of a bathroom stall, because that's all you are doing in that entirely unnatural environment. That is also prosecution of the entity that is sounding sirens. That's all you are doing is stalking and monitoring in that unnatural environment. And it is a direct prosecution of the state. That's AMR Ambulance and Upland Police Department engaging in federal stalking. They're predators that are monitoring while you're inside of that private space with the predator that's waiting inside of the bathroom stall under the what is directed light that surrounds inside of the venue under the fake sun, okay? This is the same exact template, as I've said, the same exact template, the same exact pattern of conduct as I go from what are venues to venues. There is no First Amendment presence, no First Amendment belonging. It doesn't exist. The pattern of conduct is underway. That's exactly what I have documented. This is group stalking. This is the demon-possessed engaging in what is federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2261A. This is federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed who are violent sex offenders engaging in that obsessive monitoring conduct inside of the private space, all right? And then engaging in what is all manner of touching in violation of the person. That's the purpose of what I'm documenting and showing you how the demonic are engaged in egregious levels of violation of an American citizen while you're subject to that monitoring conduct, which is a satanic system operated by the government. Okay, this is the public entity of the state of California engaging in that. Okay, it's 5:59 p.m. and that is P.O.C. And again, just to put it succinctly, sexual violence documented as I am on surveillance cameras entering inside of the private space at 5:51 p.m. Okay, that's P.O.C. Okay, in relevant position outside of Upland Public Library, 7 CJP013. And that is, again, the state sounding sirens. They're monitoring. And they were monitoring while that group stalker was waiting in the bathroom. That's literally the conduct of a predator. Understand they're the same predator while they're monitoring with communication devices all in concert, okay? That is 8 SUG018. And understand when you're hearing in the background the siren sounding, Upland Public Library is monitoring to that. 8 EJD488. And let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. That's 8 SUG 810. 8 KJX 490. It is 6:01 p.m. Let's see. Joy is license 8RFF433. Joy, again, she's captured in images stalking in the path outside of the private space with the same Caucasian female. She was the Caucasian female, the older lady. She was the one that I first encountered where we had a calm exchange. But while she's still harassing, I understand you're still harassing even when you're calmly talking. You're just talking about an extremely violent form of harassing verbally. Okay, because it's violent because it's a government that's speaking through a third party. But she nonetheless did not raise her voice, unlike her cooperative actors. She's license plate 8MZU 770, and she is the one, just like yesterday with Joy, stalking in the path outside of the private space. And today, again, as I'm exiting, and I reference the security camera as I do so at 5:56 p.m. She's maintaining presence and understand monitoring with the group stalker that maintains presence in a bathroom stall, waiting for entry to create activity and cross path in the private space. Stalking with light 7CJP013. All right, stalking, monitoring to the very end. And there is no end to the P.O.C. I just want to be clear. To the end of their shift, to their exiting of the library, to their driving out of the parking lot, they are engaging in demonic activity. All right, and it is a demonic tag team. They're incessantly engaging in stalking and monitoring with communication devices. So anyway, it's 6:02 p.m. and that is P.O.C. Just want to document those that are in relevant position where I stand. Joy remains stalking in the parking lot by the Bank of America ATM. Inside of this entire venue is referred to as the Upland Civic Center, holding the Upland Police Department, the Upland City Hall, and the Upland Public Library. All of them state facilitating venues. All of them monitoring to the sound of sirens, monitoring to the amplified sound of Metrolink train, which you cannot hear inside of the library, nor would you hear what you're hearing right now. That's called amplification. All right, that is analogous to what I'm documenting, the sound of an elevator inside of the bathroom stall. All right, the sound of the Metrolink train coming through the book stacks inside of the library. You hear that volume? You can't hear that inside of the book. It's emanating through the walls. Yeah, that's called P.O.C. and that's demonic. Okay, that is, in other words, a commercial actor. All right, a brand, a logo, however you document it, whoever is engaging in what is terrorism. All right, it is a demonic act to engage in it, and it is participating in the terrorism of a government while federal stalking is underway. It's 6:04 p.m. That's P.O.C. 8 VHP 370 is crossing path in the parking lot and also stalking with light. The light in front of Carnegie Library turns on as that demon-possessed stalker drives by in a vehicle. That's called light activity, all right? That's called stalking with light. That's exactly what FedEx is doing with its vehicle, peculiarized light. Light turning on after it's off. Light turning off after it's on. Using your hazards is just repetition of that light activity creation. Peculiarized light is how I have termed it. It is peculiarized because it is that which is used by demons in order to engage in what is federal stalking. It is speaking to what is a demonic environment, and with simultaneity to crossing path with that license plate, Carnegie Library, light is arriving on the wall. That's light on the surface with simultaneity of conduct, engaging in relevant positioning. It is 6:05 p.m. That's P.O.C. and Joy was maintaining presence in the parking lot. She just now drove off, monitoring to that same demonic act. Okay, it's 6:05 p.m. P.O.C. (6:07 p.m.) This is On Track in a white van. License, no plate on it, but it says On Track on that van with no license plates on it. Even if it's not an On Track vehicle, they use that logo. 4JFT177, and so that's going to be attributed to the third party On Track, ONTRAC, the courier. It's 6:07 p.m. And I want to be clear, it was an old looking van, raggedy white van. And it has paper covering up, black colored paper with yellow writing on it, covering up where license plates would be on an exceedingly old vehicle, okay? And also aware of my documentation and the policy that I have created for commercial actors. So putting a sticker that says On Track is very well much intended. And let me be clear, the entity also would prefer for me to document, for example, FedEx and United States Postal Service than third parties by their particular license plates, seeking to avoid identity of the people of the state individually. I want to be clear, that is a desire of the entity, and that is derived based on the conduct where, for example, commercial actors will engage in literally demonic activity, acting like a pack of cockroaches. You'll have a brand that will show up in gang style, all right, as I'm documenting them under the fake sun. Understand it's entirely deliberate, all right? And while I am documenting license plate by license plate, the entity prefers that. That's a distraction. I document both, okay? It's an act of terrorism. It is relevant, though. But I just want to be clear, putting on track sticker on that vehicle is a deliberate act, knowledge of the way in which I am documenting and publishing demonic activity amongst any actor. No one avoiding prosecution. License ATXX904 and MINIB2. These are vehicles in the parking lot of the building with the number 99 on it at the intersection of C Street and First Avenue. License 6AAA612, 7VVG015. It is 6:09 p.m. I'm sorry, 6:10 p.m. and I'm walking south on Euclid Avenue. Correction, not south on Euclid Avenue. I'm walking south on First Avenue, crossing C Street right now. So approaching what would be I'm walking adjacent to the First United Methodist Church. And again, church is merely a word. It's not the true church. None of them are. This is speaking to demonic activity in the state of California. It's an eye-opener in every way. 7LSR 866. This is an eye-opener in every way. 6:10 p.m. License 4PJR984 5JZG177. 8MCV238. License 7NMF540. 4GES800. 8TWL760. And that's the state sounding plane engines. While 8TWL760 crosses path, directed light is in front of me, and they are in operation of their communication device. Okay, just want to point out all of that's going on. It's 6:12 p.m. 7DLJ351. That's audible activity. 8TQK310. 8TKY350. That's amplified audible activity. These are demons, okay? License plate. 6NGV815. Serving the same criminal purpose of amplified plane activity, okay? That motorcycle. And every noise, everything that you're hearing, and I'm speaking about the environment, is speaking to the presence of demons that are engaging in entirely deliberate conduct, and it is demented group conduct, as they do so. This is license. Let me get this. It is currently 6:13 p.m. This is license plate 8ELX218 7SVY463. 8GNU006, going to third-party facilitating venue 711, 8DHH984. On the traffic cameras, going to the gas stalls. That's light activity creation. All right. Doing so is criminal facilitation for every other third party. License plate 5CKG279 at gas stall number 10 on the cameras and they're monitoring. 8WWY369, 8LGV601, 8PEU005, 7VVL782. 6PNW184 at gas stall number 4. 7UVL782 at gas stall number 1. Federal stalking on the cameras inside of 7-Eleven. The line is relevant positioning. You can break down everything that they're doing. You're looking at demon-possessed stalkers in line. And I'm referencing the cameras. (6:14 p.m.) It is 6:14 p.m. This is 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. Where the state's fake sun is over this venue in the morning, the state's fake sun remains in alignment with me now and aiming directed light on the street as I walk up it. This is P.O.C. All right, license 8HRS437, 8VZZ283. 8LGV601 is loitering in relevant position, closes the car door as I walk by, just sitting there waiting for me to exit. That's like sitting in the bathroom waiting for me to enter. All right, that's a predator acting outside of the bathroom. Same predator, 7RXG228. It's called stalking with activity. It's 6:17 p.m. 7JJL963 80608D3. I don't see no license plate on that motorcycle. Let's see. me make sure I got this right. 80608D3, yeah, got it. And 7RXG228, I think I read that one already though. All right, that's P.O.C. at 7-Eleven, which continues. Understand, while I'm at First Avenue, this is the concept with relevant positioning. They remain in relevant position. My being a human being with eyes in the front of my head, I can only see what is in front of me, aware of the pattern of conduct though. So you are mindful, first of all, not only of the environment, you are mindful of the concept of monitoring with communication devices. It spans a radius. You're thinking about the elements, the ways in which the state engages in it. This informs you about what they are doing and how they are doing it. The issue with amplification, that is speaking to massive monitoring. Relevant positioning. They're in relevant position while I am on First Avenue. They are monitoring still at 7-Eleven, okay? 5R51238. This is why you document where you are. You can literally prosecute an entire neighborhood at one time. All right, it is speaking to the zone of relevant positioning, if you will. You're documenting where you are, and not only that, surveillance cameras are serving for the massive prosecution of the entity. K311G0. All right, it doesn't stop, as I've already stated, nor does it reasonably follow. That's illogical to suggest the pattern of conduct is stopping by a government because I completed a purchase and I left. No, that's not what monitoring is either. And so there, while I'm on First Avenue and demons are right here patrolling around me, understand that's criminal facilitation. 7-Eleven is on the opposite side of the same street monitoring. That's exactly what I captured in video. FedEx is on the opposite side of the street at 1st and 9th, creating peculiarized light, all right, and doing so while I'm standing at Euclid in front of First United Methodist Church, and whatever that non-church is called. Well, let me be precise for purposes of documentation. In front of First United Methodist Church, and I'm going to document this. The state is flying over me in a plane, and this group stalker stops right here at the corner of a driveway. This is a female, and she continues driving now that I'm walking across the street. 8MUJ792, that's a demon that's focused on me while she's looking the other way. Understand, I catch that very often. Demons placing their back while they're stalking in the path under the fake sun, having 2 and 3 shadows all around them, looking like they're focused on something else. That's the psychopath. All right? That is the psychopath. That's the sex offender. So anyway, she was doing that while the state was amplifying plane engines, literally flying over the building that she's stopped in front of, like there wasn't even a car in front of her. She literally just stopped. She's stopping in the path. So like I said, that is the significance of relevant positioning. And so I just want to be clear, 7-Eleven, I'm speaking to where I'm at, and the pattern of conduct is ongoing. This is directed light, a fake sun. You're talking about amplification. This is serving the purposes of massive monitoring. All right. And it is also that which is demonic. And let me be clear, like cockroaches, demons are plenty. Let me be clear, there are more of the demonic. I hate to break whoever's heart. There is more of the demonic than there are of those that are not of demon possession. I want to be clear. Many, many, many serve the kingdom of darkness. Many more than not. Okay. So it is a majority with regard to satanic activity. I don't think that, I'm not saying everyone is demon possessed or not demon possessed, but what I am saying with regard to the reality and spiritual darkness, there is more within the kingdom of darkness than there are those that are not. So I just want to be clear. But I know this, what I'm documenting, there's not an exception. This is a demonic system, and it's in operation by a state. This is pervasive demon possession. This is that which has been in effect for a very long time. This has had a hold on the government and the people of the state of California, all right, for a very long time. All right. And so I'm speaking to, and understand, what I also understand is if it was not the case, then I would state such exceptions. I would not speak about the spiritual aspect if it was not uniform, if it was inapplicable, in other words. All right. That is the practicing of Satanism by a brand. That right there, the Metrolink train, which is coming, so I guess coming from what is going westbound, but the sound of the train is coming from C Street. Just want to be clear. That's called amplification. And that's a demonic behavioral pattern. As I speak about the reality of demon possession, understand Satan himself, they despise hearing it. This is what you witnessed with Tracy Banks, a demon-possessed stalker who was very hostile as she is literally listening to me document. There is nothing that the state does. The state can cover up its fake son. I'm still documenting the P.O.C. It's down to a science. That's frustrating to the entity. Understand that. as they engage in covering up the fake sun, and then not the directed light molestation by directed light never stops. I want to be clear, but even lessening it. And it's almost like the entity is like, okay, what's she going to say now? And I'm dealing with, you are witnessing what is demon possession, a very hostile demon acting via Tracy Banks, who is monitoring me. But the spiritual reality is that this is a demon who is very hostile while she listens literally to every word that I utter about her criminal activity and the spiritual darkness that covers her and the entity that I'm documenting. That's very frustrating. All right. And outside of her being a group stalker and my prosecuting her, I'm talking about the spiritual aspect. It is very, very frustrating. And so what you are hearing personified through Metrolink, not only is it the criminal element of relevant positioning, everybody on the Metrolink train is monitoring, okay? Serving amplified audible activity, just like the state sounding plane engines right now, okay? They're monitoring. You're talking about the ongoing creation of light, stalking with light while they're patrolling around me. That is also the ongoing communication of hostility while these demonic acts are constantly underway, while the entity is monitoring my documentation. All right, listening to me reveal about the demonic. Understand that is very undesirable. It is intended to. It is literally designed to. It's fully planned to remain that which is concealed. I mean, you don't talk about it. That is like a taboo issue. But I'm fearless in that regard. I'm going to prosecute you, and I'm also going to tell your demonic secrets. It's disgusting. 5FJT829. I'm going to tell about your condition and that reality. And not only that, I'm going to tell you about your condition, and I can break down the reason why it applies to you and whoever is standing next to you. It is uniform. It is broken down into a science. It is based on objective evidence that is bringing what is spiritual that you cannot see before your eyes and that which is objective to which you can see. That's what I've done, and that's what I'm doing, and it serves a purpose of informing, but also it's a matter of justice. All right, this is something the government's been engaging for a very long time, and necessarily so. In demon possession, I compare it to cockroaches all the time, because you have to understand, because they literally are disgusting creatures, but also because cockroaches are there's like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of them at a time. That's what demon possession is like. It's very, very, very common. That's what is filling California. You need to know that. There is nothing admirable about what is going on in the state of California, contrary to what they are posting on, I guess, on social media. But understand, what is really the significance of that anyway? Posting about what you bought, posting about what you're doing, where you're going. Who cares about that? These are superficial things in life. You're a demon-possessed stalker. That's the reality. That you really don't even really like yourself, because you wouldn't be doing what you're doing if you did. 8SC 8689. All right. Demon possession is one of a psychopath outwardly living a life. All right. As though it is supposed to be one thing. I'm going to tell you, everything about the life of the demon possessed is a lie. Everything. That is the psychopath. It's literally a con man. Literally a con man. That's a psychopath. That's the ongoing conduct of the government. That's the ongoing conduct of the people of the state. And I am dealing with a demonic entity that is defeated in every single way, but very, very furious about it. But all they are doing is adding to that inevitable prosecution, because they're going to be punished for that. You're going to be punished for that. 5YUE867. All right, but I'll digress there. 6NHB161, crossing path again, 7LMD495. I'll digress from that. Before I was stating that the spiritual aspect is context, and that's not true. It is actually directly relevant because this is terrorism amongst the demon possessed. This is understanding how it is terrorism, why it is terrorism. It's because of the condition. It's because of the environment. While you are necessarily engaging in what is criminal activity, the elements of monitoring, federal stalking with a government, you're an unprecedented threat, posing a direct threat to the life. You're engaging in criminal activity, and your condition is one of demon possession while you are stalking with a demonic environment. That is terrorism. That is why the spiritual context is not, that spiritual reality, this darkness, this twisted, demented aspect, if you will, is not context. It is directly relevant. So it is 6:27 p.m. and this is P.O.C. that continues. The state engages in ongoing course of plain activity. Exhibit A. That's plain activity, and the state just engages in ongoing demonic activity, aiming directed light all over the surfaces, while the people, those are demons that are patrolling all around, because that's the significance of what they're doing. They're engaging in ongoing monitoring, so they are cockroaches just driving back and forth, walking all around, sitting around. They're engaging in literal maintenance of presence, and these are demons that are doing so. Okay, and it's ongoing terrorism as it is underway, and you're just documenting it. So while I'm at C Street and First Avenue, in between C Street and 9th, and this is where the pattern of conduct is underway. And like I stated, with regard to relevant positioning, it does not stop with regard to the venue that I just left. That is ongoing presence and relevant position, while the state's amplifying sound around me and aiming directed light all around me. Massive monitoring is ongoing, including that venue that I made a purchase at, and I'm on camera. That is speaking to my presence. That's speaking to ongoing criminal activity right now as I speak at 6:28 p.m. That's P.O.C. CXD 671. 8T48. Let me see. Hold on. 8T48. 8T46846. I'm like, I'm missing something. 8PAX 273. Patrolling on what is A Street, on 9th Street and C Street, and right here in front of me on First Avenue and in the parking lot. This is the maintenance of presence. These are demons surrounding, just swirling around the perimeter, okay? It's actually very creepy when you think of them as the cockroaches that they are. It's 6:30 p.m. 6S CX389. And when I say parking lot, you're recalling where I'm at. Relevant positioning includes what is dance dynamics, that entire parking lot. Demons are sitting in their cars, aiming their headlights to touch on surfaces, and while the state is adding on audible activity while they're swirling all around the perimeter. Okay? Just want to provide that context of what's ongoing. It is 6:30 p.m. 25119R2. It is currently 6:36 p.m. AAAG 297 8AAG 297. WPT 929. Eight TLA 735. Directed light while they're at the intersection of 9th and First Avenue. This is the state that's always touching. Driving a white van, license plate 7RZ. 7RWZ703. What was funny is that last night as they were crossing paths, all of them were tinting. Their license plates were suddenly all darkened. I find that entertaining. Taking a picture of a group stalker without a license plate, crossing path with another one with a license plate that's driving at a distance in the parking lot. They're crossing path. They're the same demonic activity. They're pacing. One's in a car, one's on foot. I took a picture of him. He's studying his communication device as he's crossing path. And then that car drives in the parking lot with light. That's what they're doing around now on 9th and C Street and what is D Street, and what is Arrow Highway, and Transit. I'm sorry, not Transit. I'm thinking about Ontario. That is A Street. That implicates traffic cameras. That implicates surveillance cameras around the whole zone, by the way. That's what I'm speaking to. That's what I'm documenting. It's the purpose of it. Oh, and by the way, that vehicle that goes into the parking lot, I'm going to read that license plate right now. They're stalking with activity. As I take a picture of that group stalker, they enter the parking lot. They turn onto the street and drive into the parking lot. That license plate is 8NBR679. And stalking with light in the parking lot while the state is amplifying. You're hearing that? That's audible activity. This is the license plate. I'm going to get this one, but I'm going to get the rest of them too because they're all monitoring together. This is 7XDW558. Blowing in the car horns. You hear audible activity. That's because I'm moving around. It is license plate. We've got a whole bunch over here. 7TFK169. That's one in particular. They've been sitting in the car posted, okay? As I get up, that's called not only activity creation, aware of what I'm doing as I'm doing it, but it is also the ongoing knowledge of my moving toward them. So, oh, I'm not sitting in the car. I'm getting up. I'm walking away. You're still in relevant position. Anyway, it is 6:43 p.m. Oh, and the other thing, as I read that license plate, as I walk and you're hearing all the car horns, the car alarms, like beep, 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 beep. That's called audible activity as I'm moving. And you have what is also the state creating light activity, the parking lot lights come on, okay? With simultaneity to my movement. That's a demonic environment. That's keeping surround. That's the same stalking with light activity, okay? 6:43 p.m. This parking lot, again, this is the same one where the state's fake sun is directly over me while I'm standing at the it is in between the intersection, but in front of the corner, the sidewalk where I showed you. I've got double shadows on both sides of me as I'm walking. Oh, no, that was up the street. Right here at the corner of the First United Methodist, which is next to like a saloon, and then you have G&G lamp working. Right here where I'm standing, and the state's fake sun is directly in front of me over this parking lot. This is before I get to C Street. So this is in between 9th and C Street. And this is where the state's fake sun is during the day. Stalking with light, using a parking lot, using their vehicles. That's stalking with light at night, in addition to directed light. That remains present. This is why you have double shadows, triple shadows, moving shadows. And I don't mean moving as you're walking. As I've shown you, for example, inside of the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, that's a vivid example where I'm walking forward in the library and you're seeing a shadow that is, first of all, in front of me, and it continues to rise up. So as I'm moving, the shadow continuously paces in front of me. That's directed light. This is the creation of what is directed light inside of the venue. This is inside and outside. Okay, so I remain surrounded with directed light. And stalking with light, using it, the buildings, the lamp, the street lights, parking lot lights. This is all methods of directed light. It's 6:45 p.m. All right, 6:46 p.m. License plate J099E0. That's amplification. It's on a microphone. All right, it's unnatural. It's sound that moves about. It's like where the Metrolink is at A Street and I'm up on 3rd Avenue and D Street, and the sound of a train is coming from the north. coming from the D Street side, as opposed to where logically you would think the sound is coming from the A Street area. No. It's the surrounding with audible activity. This is demonic, okay? It's called amplification. That is demonic. That's what you just heard right now. That's a hallmark. All right, I'm going to stop here at 6:47 p.m. Hold on. Alrighty, let me get this first. Directed light on the church building while they're crossing path. Well, before they cross path, actually. 8VKS 17, or can't really see that one. Darkened license plate. But directed light is on the, I'm documenting a whole entity, so even if I miss a license plate, I'm documenting an entire entity. So be clear of that. License plate 8UMF246. Before they cross path, directed light is sweeping across the saloon, the church building, and this is supposed to be their headlights. This is what, that's called directed light. Everybody's got super powerful, blazing headlights where the state is monitoring, okay? It's 6:48 p.m. patrolling in the parking lot. Omnitrans crossing path 8B4143. Can't really see that, but that's Omnitrans in a weird looking vehicle driving in what is directed light, okay? That's amplification while Omnitrans is crossing path. And the demons that fill the parking lot. I just took a picture of it. There's a line of them that drive in the parking lot as I'm describing the directed light. They're repeatedly crossing path and doing so in directed light with simultaneity to, I was about to say something, and as I'm going to touch my phone screen, another one turns onto the street. This is the very close attention that they paid to everything that I'm doing. But like I was saying, 6:49 p.m. and I'm going to go ahead and cut this short right here. It's 6:49 p.m. P.O.C. Okay, what I want to document is criminal obstruction of justice on the venue of the internet, and I actually documented it last night. This is the venues on the internet engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. It is that which is engagement in obstruction of justice, and this are the online platforms, including what is Radio Public, including what is, let me get license 7SMG258, including what is also TuneIn. This is the inability or the disdain, it's just outright disdain for publishing my podcast. And understand, as they engage in this, they're engaging in an ongoing threat to the life of an American citizen. Nothing is going to obstruct the ability to publish documentation, and internet is going to be instrumental in prosecuting a public entity while they are engaging in terrorizing American citizens. And so this is what is going to go forward with regard to policy. And I have documented actors on the venue of the internet very heavily as they engage in obstruction of justice. My RSS feed is a public one. It is automatically updated with regard to the podcast. And as I update my podcast on a daily basis, even hourly, you have what is the absence of substantial episodes. Radio Public since, I believe, September 25th is the last one that they published. And I have continuously documented and uploaded daily episodes, which is documentation. Understand, I'm not talking about the latest dance. I'm talking about a government engaging in federal stalking. And so this is obstruction of justice, period. All right. You are intruding on that which is a legal process that is also waging a threat against the life. You're going to be prosecuted for that, and there is zero form. But I also want to speak to what is my RSS feed, which is public. Which is ongoing, updated on an ongoing basis. This is serving the people of the state, serving the public entity that is engaging in a pattern of obstruction of justice. So you are engaging in vicariously acting pursuant to the state's pattern of conduct, and this is not by coincidence, okay? So I want to be clear also on the websites, the inability to update my podcast unilaterally. That is also not a coincidence. So I want to document that's TuneIn and Radio Public specifically. But my podcast, as it is hosted on Anchor, which is a Spotify company, it is a public RSS feed. There are no malfunctions with it, as my podcast is constantly updated on other sites. And not only that, I am creating them on Anchor. It is being distributed. It is not being published on these platforms. That's P.O.C. And I want to make sure I document that. That's obstruction on the venue of the internet. The internet is a venue, and this is federal stalking by a government that is monitoring with communication devices on the venue of the internet, which is serving specifically obstruction of justice as you are prosecuting a public entity. That does go toward policy, and it is also going toward the prosecution of such actors that engage in such interference. And there is nothing about owning a company or anything that in any way qualifies you to engage in such interference, which is the threatening of a life. 7JWA 449 is touching with another group stalker that's stalking on the same side of the street at what is First Avenue, in front of the building with the address 99 at First Avenue. That's where they are stalking with light in the path, headlights aimed on me as I begin documenting obstruction of justice by the entity. And Radio Public represents the entity. As you engage in the pattern of conduct, you are part of the entity. That's how that goes. And where government is monitoring, the government is resourceful, and this is how it acts vicariously. Okay. So, like I said before, Radio Public may very well be here molesting me with the state while they're not publishing my documentation. Everything that I'm documenting is going to the prosecution of Radio Public, who is thereby a third party participating in the government's criminal system, okay, by virtue of obstruction of justice, which is what is accomplished as you are not publishing documentation of an ongoing criminal act. All right. This is, it's 6:53 p.m. Let me get this license plate. Darkened license plate. You can't see it, that's a Ford Focus. But I will go ahead and get this one over here that's stalking in the path. It is 6:53 p.m. Okay, 6:56 p.m. and I did capture pictures of what is the surrounding conduct of the third parties as they begin crowding with their cars and touching all together with directed light as I start documenting the touching by that particular third party at what is the driveway. Across the street is the driveway of Dance Dynamics, that parking lot. But also while I'm in front of, again, that building with the address 99 at First Avenue. License 6AO514, that's a BMW. License 6CR310, substantially similar. All right, these are demons that are just trying to flee while they're all touching. These are literally, they're demons that are trying to flee. They even conduct themselves as such. You got demons walking in the dark. This is directed light over here. And understand they're maintaining presence in the path because I walk down the street. And so they're present for crossing the path as I walk back down to the opposite end of the street. It is 6:57 p.m. This is also the ominous stalking conduct by the people of the state. Standing in front of First United Methodist for crossing a path as I walk back to the opposite end. And that is the tendency for, again, the group stalkers, the demon possessed that come out of nowhere. All right, as I walk down the street, then they're on the sidewalk maintaining presence as I walk back. 6WGN 962. So as I walk down to that end and I get a picture of that group stalker that's molesting with the state, and by virtue of their distance, it's impossible to be molested with your headlights. You're looking at the distance that they were at. That's the state and the third party molesting together. And then you have, as I stand over there, third party comes out of the Dance Dynamic parking lot, out of the driveway to molest with light. Another one comes with the motorcycle in order to create amplified audible activity that's monitoring with the state, touching with the state, and engaging in crowding all together as I move from that place to document that one demonic actor. All of the demons engage in surrounding. This is the reality of what they are. They're demons. You want to refer to them as third parties. That's fine. All of the third parties, they engage in crowding around and touching all together. Okay, while I move to that space in order to document that one that's touching by with the state, all right, because their headlights are not reaching that distance. License 8GLF 366, and that's the gang conduct. And it's also replaced by another one who's just parked on the opposite side of the street, facing what is Molly's Super. That's where they're stalking in the path. Okay, so I want to make sure that I document that group stalker remains present at the moment that I begin documenting Radio Public. Okay, this is the very close attention to everything that I am saying and doing. And as I begin speaking about obstruction of justice, that group stalker stops on the same side of the road where I am in order to aim their lights in my direction while the state molests. Okay, that is going toward the prosecution of Radio Public. All right, Radio Public and TuneIn. All right, Everything that you're hearing as you engage in the pattern of conduct, you're right here. You might as well be touching all over my body with directed light, engaging in that ongoing stalking with the state, because you're engaging in the state's pattern of conduct, and that's how that's going to work where the government is monitoring. Okay, the state is turning on and off street lights. This is light activity on a massive scale. You can analogize that with using your hazard lights, a vehicle. The state is doing the same thing in the atmosphere, turning on and off lights all around while I'm outside. While demons are patrolling via vehicles and amplifying audible activity. It is 7 p.m. and that was molestation, group molestation by a bunch of demons monitoring with the state, hostile to my documentation of what is the venues on the venues on the internet, engaging in obstruction of justice, protecting sex offenders. You are a sex offender while as you do so. Okay, license plate 7 SMG 258. And directed light tailing behind the car, as though they have headlights behind. It's a blue tinted line of light behind the car. That is the state engaging in the same tactic of directed light while they cross path. There are no blue tinted headlights on the back of that car. They're actually red brake lights, and it's a bar of like blue light on the ground as they are crossing path. That's directed light. All right, as they're parking in the parking lot, expansive directed light moving across the street. That's light on surfaces. This is a demonic actor. That's an act of terrorism. I need to get my lighter. It is 7:01 p.m. by the way. That is 53568J1. And my shadows are all around me right here on the street. It's P.O.C. That's the state sounding plane engines. And Group Stalker remains positioned across the street from where the other Group Stalker was maintaining presence, molesting with directed light. You have the same conduct, a different face, okay, a different license plate, same demonic entity, same public entity, engaging in vicarious maintenance of presence. It is 7:02 p.m. All right, so like I was stating, you have what is obstruction of justice by TuneIn and what is Radio Public, and the inability to update my podcast on their website. Again, the link that they provided ordinarily to update it is unavailable. It says, whoops, this is unexpected, broken link. Or I understand that this is just documentation. It is the absence of a coincidence, though, and this is a pattern by the online venues. It is TuneIn and Radio Public. I did document the absence of my podcast, and this is pursuant to a public, it's an unlocked RSS feed that I am daily, hourly adding documentation to. All right, and that is also targeting and harassment by entity, as my content is being targeted in that regard. Okay, it's not a malfunction. It is the P.O.C, and it is engaging in a government's pattern of conduct of obstruction of justice while federal stalking is underway. It's 7:03 p.m. That's Metrolink, and this is touching. That's Metrolink touching together with license plate 6ASW231. It's, yeah, still 7:03 p.m. (98996H2) touching as well. As Metrolink provides the soundtrack while a molestation is ongoing, Metrolink is a sex offender in the same regard. Its activity is being amplified. It's 7:04 p.m. They're walking in the parking lot where the state is engaging in turning on and off the lights, pursuant to my movement as well, and where the state is aiming directed light all over the place. This is federal stalking, and that is demon possession, as they're getting in their vehicle, the absence of any normalcy. They're also creating light activity as their headlights blink on and on. That's called light activity. Everything that you can dissect, it's facilitation. It is currently, the group stalker in front of Molly Super is now pulling off, remaining for a prolonged period, monitoring with the state. All right, and while these demon-possessed stalkers are in the parking lot where the state's turning on and off the parking lot lights and lamps in the parking lot, and where my shadow is surrounding me, that's what I want to document, and it's his license plate 93455V2. So you have what is the ongoing molestation 93455V2 engaged in that same molestation by a group of demons. It is indistinguishable. It's one entity. And they are indeed engaged in that molestation by a group of demons while I walk down to what was the address of 99, I believe, First Avenue. It's the ongoing documentation of an entity. So you have what is documentation of an ongoing sex offender. It's an ongoing criminal act. They're monitoring on behalf of a government. The government is acting amongst all of them, okay? So where you have motorcycles trying to speed off, the inability to see that particular license plate is a documentation of its partner in relevant position as well. And that third party is documented as engaging in what is a group molestation as they engage in an act of terrorism surrounding me at that driveway at Dance Dynamics, all right? While I go to take a picture of that group stalker that was molesting with the state via directed light. Right, because it is not their headlights that are aimed in my direction, which is already stalking with light. They're molesting with the state as the state is molesting me with directed light, because their headlights cannot reach that distance and create that blinding affect and touching on my body. That's monitoring and sexual violence with the government. 7:06 p.m. Nine three four 9344V2. Engaging in terrorism with the state that's flying over in helicopter. All right, 7:08 p.m. and I did capture video of the state flying over the street in helicopter. So 9344V2, as I just documented, the same parking lot where directed light is present, where light activity is created by turning on and off the parking lot lights, the building lights over here, where they are stalking by repeatedly patrolling, stalking sitting around on the streets and in the parking lot, which is stalking with light, monitoring with communication devices, where the state is amplifying audible activity and the state flies over in a helicopter. I have punctuated the point. It is P.O.C, irreducible direct evidence of P.O.C. On and on again. You don't have an ongoing coincidence. It is called a pattern. And that is the same entity that flies over the vehicle at 630 North Fern, as I documented, night after night. Okay, the same entity that engages in molestation with directed light, unnaturally occurring light, as a sex offender wants to touch with its engineered light. That's the same state that just flew over in a helicopter on the street that I'm standing on, and I'm documenting the people. It's 7:09 p.m. and that's captured in video. All right, directed light swiping across the street while there is not even any car driving by. That's not even trying at any form. 8 WTW 464. Then crosses path after the state touches with directed light. Group stalker enters the parking lot across the street in relevant position, and their headlights is the concerted act of touching with the state's directed light. I mean, that's talking about some concentrated headlights from across the street, touching an entire person, blinding. That's directed light. It's 7:11 p.m. Meeting at the parking lot driveway, 7MFT 710, where the state just flew over this same parking lot. That's P.O.C, and they're in directed light as well. 7JAN 151, 7DEM 199, 8UAJ 283, 7VEU 019, 6XBJ 322, 8UUX 425, 8 TLA 735, I already read that one though. Let's see, BS88K90, paper, 8FOA 366, 8VKS271, 6FLN029, stalking in the parking lot while the state was flying over in a helicopter. Presses on the brake as I'm crossing paths. 6NBR679, that's a demon. 6LRT263, 7653 482. 7CSF769, 7FAZ435, 77254F3. 7GCJ981, 8MEJ736, 7ROC197, 5V35338, 8BKJ402, and 169XSB. I don't see a front one. Let me see. That's called audible activity while I'm in directed light. This vehicle doesn't have any license plate on it. It's funny. Or they're covering it up with a Carfax piece of paper on an old Honda Civic. Okay, license 8KRM904, 8CUS997, 5RHH458, 8PUK962, RCYREDZ, 4ZXN587, 8EXD093, 6SON009, 8ABP741, 7XDW558, 7TFK169, 8MUJ792, 8WHW495, 8UGJ864, 8SMM907, 8COJ607, 6CAR645, 8MIP595, 7LAB572, 6CAR645, case I didn't read 7NZE318, 8TJL183, 75911M2, 24465W2, 8BTW773, 8EYG871, 6T63021, 6RZD268, 87611U2, and it is currently 7:16 p.m. 6P64825, PSP 7396, that's Texas, 8CLP 423, 7RLC 882, 8CAC 223, 8SFW 064, 5RAY 294, 82691Y1, 7WZU 268, 71097V2, 8TYK 238, 7NMF 540, 8ETP 516, 7ZMJ 429, 8GQU 381, 5KHX 402. All right, I just wanted to show a video of what is the ongoing stalking by the state. Not only am I surrounded by my shadows, that's directed light. No parking lot lights create multiple shadows like that. That is the state's directed light, and also the ongoing stalking by helicopter over the street while I'm surrounded by directed light, the sounding of sirens that you're hearing while I'm surrounded by directed light. These vehicles, as I'm walking in the parking lot, they're in directed light. All right, this is what the people are doing. These are demons that I'm documenting by license plate representing the state. It is the state that's driving by repeatedly as they are engaging in the state's pattern of conduct of federal stalking. And this is a satanic system in this demonic environment. That's called terrorism. 5KHX 402, 8MKS 751. 8U98722. That's P.O.C. Six VNZ 243. 204 North Euclid Avenue. That's 7-Eleven. Ongoing monitoring. And engaged in ongoing monitoring while I was on the opposite side of the street. Okay, that's why you're surrounding with directed light. 8PQX 820. 7ZGX 862 on cameras, aiming their headlights toward me. They're touching with the state and engaging in the ominous stalking conduct on camera at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue at 7:23 p.m. Is his license plate monitoring with him? Let me get these license plates. 7V ZR 398 and 7MEJ 798. And let me be clear, I've been remaining in relevant position the entire time. So this is ongoing documentation on surveillance cameras of federal stalking at 7-Eleven while they are in relevant position, while the state is flying over in helicopter, while the state is covering with directed light, while the state is turning on and off parking lot lights and street lamps. This is ongoing documentation of their presence in a relevant position. They are monitoring with communication devices and engaging in terrorism while they fill up their gas tank, enter inside of the 7-Eleven, work at the 7-Eleven. All right, they're in relevant position. It's 7:24 p.m. And I am at what is 9th and Euclid Avenue. TED 140 and 11204V2. 4ROA 354, 8MWS 112, 8G75159, 8VCW 736, 8MEB 418, 6WFS 763, 6XVY 056. Sorry, that one already. 6XZF 161, 6RMJ 406, 8FAF 818, 8AWG 008. Driving north, engaging in crossing a path, group stalking with the state, terrorizing with the state. It's 7:25 and crossing the street, now walking south on Euclid Avenue. That is P.O.C. License 5EQ 633 and 5GTD 562. HLB 974. The state is flying over an aircraft. Let's see. Oh, I can't really see that one. License plate. Let's see. That's Plain Engines. I'm at 8th Street and Euclid. And he's driving the wrong way on the street to escape being documented. He literally drove on the wrong side of the street to avoid being documented by license plate. That's hilarious. They are the demons that I'm saying that they are, trying to flee. It's pathetic. License plate 6CQB313. I'm at the corner where the IHOP is and the Grossman Law Center. Attorney Grossman, he is a third party because he was not acting in any official capacity using his state license, but he nonetheless engaged in P.O.C. under the fake sun, engaged in what is criminal defamation, as I have entered his law office before while he was monitoring me and engaging in harassment by entities. 6MBA 761. This is documented in 2019. And this is the same intersection. 100 Law Office of Mark Grossman. He is a third-party group stalker, this is where I'm standing right now, where the state has placed its fake sun. His law office is a facilitating venue. This is where they are patrolling right now. I'm just speaking to the indiscriminate documentation of an entity. It doesn't matter what your title is or whoever you think you are. It's a state monitoring. 7FAU 128. It's P.O.C. I'm proceeding south on Euclid Avenue. Oh, and by the way, I am outside of that law office as well in directed light, okay? There is no form. Just want to be clear. across the street. That's stalking with activity, 6URZ 935. That's the maintenance of presence. So as I cross an open path, someone has to maintain presence. This is what they do in the bathroom. So you're understanding that same template, and everywhere that you're looking at it underway, they engage in that same conduct in the bathroom, stalking all around you in the bathroom. As you exit the bathroom, that's the predator. Okay? It is 7:30 p.m. That was hilarious. That third party straight drove down the opposite side, the wrong side of the street, so that I would not read his license plate. Woo! Hilarious. Now, you've seen how I am. I'm relentless with getting the documentation, but I am documenting an entity. I don't need to chase down one license plate. I'm documenting group conduct by a government. It is very crucial to document as many individual actors acting on behalf of the entity, which I've done that. And I was going to say, I could very well drop my property and get that license plate. I'm not going to go on a goose hunt. I'm documenting an entity, and the case is already done. I'm adding on to more and more for that which I've already established. 5CXT289 8GTJ490, I believe. You want to see that one? It is 7:31 p.m. though, but that is entirely pathetic. Group stalker coming out of the blue. This is what I mean by the people. These are demons that surround, hiding around in corners. They didn't come. They weren't just walking suddenly. They were already there, maintaining presence, crossing path while the state is stalking with the sirens as well. It's the opposite of coincidence. I deviated from my trail to go get those license plate. Group stalker comes out of nowhere. All right, they're hiding around, maintaining presence, stepping out if they need to, maintaining presence in the path. This is demonic activity. It's called corporate stalking. That's Upland Police engaging in P.O.C. It is 7:32 p.m. Doing so under the fake sun, doing so in directed light. It's called criminal facilitation as well. 5XCN 810, monitoring with Upland Police. 6HLB 974, 8SBT 631, monitoring with Upland Police. 6NCT 668, monitoring with Upland Police. 4048 1H2, monitoring with Upland Police. 8COT 701, monitoring with Upland Police. 8, I can't really see the one. License, I can't see that one either. This is American Medical Response. Let me be clear, 413-82H2, 5ZFA543, license, and Upland Police are monitoring with American Medical Response. And also while the entity listens to me document, tries to contradict, okay? So let me be clear, they're stalking, hiding around corners, just like that group stalk on the sidewalk. And very well engaging in switching up vehicles because I identify Upland Police 7ROX439, 840YUG, 8XMG226, 8PDS566. But under any circumstances, let me be clear, Upland Police are monitoring with American Medical Response. That's the state acting directly. And they are all driving in what is magnified directed light. Tall shadows of their vehicles, and the shadows of their cars are moving around the cars while they're in motion. This is demonic activity practiced by American Medical Response, as I just captured on video, creating light activity, and also creating light activity as they're moving about in directed light, and what is the amplified sound of sirens. It's on a microphone as well. License plate 6UDX 919 449 86N2 7P ZX635. License plate 7HCZ091. Directed light while this demon-possessed stalker approaches, because her headlights are not moving across the sidewalk while she's driving straight. Spanning across with directed light, touching all over my body with the state 8KWE920, and also crossing path and directed light 7BNW944, 8KYU037, license 5HMD883, 6KKJ411. License monitoring with minor 7BNG631, engaging in terrorism and sexual violence with a minor in the vehicle. Criminal facilitation of that delinquency as well. License plate 8DZW569, but I can't really see that one. It is 7:35 p.m. at the intersection of 8th Street and Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. and directed light remaining over me and around the area where I'm at as I'm walking south down Euclid Avenue. That is direct evidence against AMR, the Upland Police, and the people of the state. That which is entirely unnatural light. 8VRK478. The street lights are not creating that light. Multiple shadows and moving shadows. That's engineered light. This is demonic activity in California. License 5ZHR. Can't really see the rest of that one. I want to get this license plate. This is 8LDA059, and it is 7:36 p.m. (6ZWX290), 7P WA146, 5SXT205, 93597U2, 5DPW637, 7THU259, 7PNR429, and it is 7:37 p.m. Let me get this license plate real quick. 8771601, and this one approaching, directed light on the opposite side of the wall, 4GLM468 and touching as well, 8VWG944 and touching as well, and directed light is appearing on the brick wall on the opposite side of the street. My shadow is upright on the opposite side of the street, this brick wall, at a distance. They're all in directed light. And that was AMR engaging in terrorism on video. I have them in tons of videos already. This is in the city of Upland, the same exact pattern of conduct. And that is the significance of what they engage in as they sound sirens. They're demons in operation of such emergency vehicles. All right, license plate 8LZG961 47285J2, 6XTD630, 8AHJ589. That's light activity, amplified audible activity, and directed light. Okay, 8LXC862. That's Upland Fire. They're patrolling up and down the street. They cross path already without any lights. I just didn't mention it right now. They're crossing path again on the opposite side, the southbound side of Euclid Avenue, using lights and sirens. 7AOU352, 8WNJ482, 8UVH253. That's P.O.C. by Upland Fire Department. It is 7:38 p.m. They're driving south on Euclid, and then they turn north onto 8th Street at the Arco. Understand that Arco at 8th Street is monitoring. That is serving for massive monitoring as you're listening to that. Directed light surrounds, amplified audible activity, light activity as the people are patrolling. That's what they're doing in the aggregate. They're all patrolling together. At this venue, 5X26368, 6H37648. They're facilitating venues where they live. They are monitoring. This is why directed light is hitting their homes. They are in relevant position and they are monitoring, and there is no shelter from prosecution for CXB387. Thank goodness for directed light, so I can see that. Light aiming onto the house as I'm looking at it, while no vehicle is driving north right here on the street, and nor would headlights be aiming onto those license plates parked at their home. That's a state aiming directed light. Just want to point that out. That's certainly not occurring while you're turning from 8th Street onto Euclid Avenue either, across the street. It's called directed light. 7PPU310, 5P18411, right, and these are the same facilitating venues as the state moves its fake sun over the vehicle while I'm being driven up the street in the morning. They're monitoring then as well. AV16D26 paper. JUV 713 8HLL 933. See, license plate. Oh, I'm sorry. At 270 Euclid Avenue, monitoring. The address of 270 Euclid Avenue in Upland. They are monitoring license plates 8MOC029 7MJH473. All right, the state is keeping an ongoing fan of directed light. Omnitrans is crossing path in directed light. And that's the Metrolink train while I am walking south on Euclid Avenue. I've passed 8th Street. Okay, I'm at Olive and Euclid Avenue. While a fan of directed light is around, that's called the pattern of conduct. $8AXP. I can't really see the rest of that one. I'm at Olive Street and Euclid Avenue right now. License SALNLAR. Let me make sure I have this correct. SALNLAR. Yeah. I'm at 306 Euclid Avenue. SALLARY at 314 Euclid Avenue. $6ZJD437. $61687X1. $7YMV844 at 338 Euclid Avenue. 6KUG813. It is currently 7:43 p.m. Approaching what is the 10 freeway, and the people are monitoring on the 10 freeway. Let me be clear. That is a systematic means of federal stalking and demonic activity. This is, for example, been demonstrated while I remain inside of the third-party facilitating venue Economy Inn, for example. In relevant position was the 60 freeway where the people were systematically monitoring. And that is also demonstrated by the fake sun that remained over that venue. In direct conflict, by the way, with what I'm documenting at the Upland Public Library and the Ontario Open Family Community Library and every other venue, including as I went outside of Los Angeles County, and the state engaged in this prolonged, documented pattern of stalking with light, which it's doing now in directed light at nightfall. 8RKV971, 7PTP782. They're all crossing path in directed light. 4LKY 682. 8, let's see, RHT 488. 8 BET 517. 7 NME 635. 6 VWL 900. 8 TYE 371. 4 LKY 682. 8 WHL 621. YNF 738. That's a different looking license plate. 8 FUV 007. 8 SEW 674. 8 GTS 901. I can't really see that one. It is currently 745. I'm at 7th Street and Euclid Avenue in the city of Upland, and directed light is remaining over this street, all over the buildings, all over the roads. They are driving past in magnified light, touching. All of them are touching. This is an ongoing sexual violation as I'm documenting third parties. 8 SBS 701. 6 FYM 196. And my shadow surrounds, so that's speaking to directed light. And I just showed you that in a video. That ongoing unnatural environment follows. This is terrorism. These are sexual predators that are engaging in terrorism, in other words, while they engage in the pattern of conduct. It is 7:46 p.m. That includes American Medical Response, that includes the Upland Fire Department, and that includes the Upland Police Department. Okay, Ryder, the company, RYDER, crossing path. I remain at 7th and Euclid. I'm crossing to the opposite side of the street because there's construction here and I don't see a path for me to safely walk. So I am going to go back and I can get more license plate this way also. License 8M. Oh, I can't really see that one. XCU 130. $7:48 p.m. AV23N90 paper. LUCHIN. I believe that is Arizona. License plate BC32504. 8 WFD 216. 7HGN 554. 8 PLU 297. 8 DSW 394. 8 TKG 382. 14057A3. 6 WEP 196. 7U 73774. 8 FNC 731. 8 ETB 070. 5 YYG 824. 8 UTE 224. 6 ZEY 252. 7 GAB 882. 8 PEJ 902. 08973 V2. 8 HTL 773. W426KO. 8 CX 750, substantially similar. 7KBS 609. Light activity by going reverse at the stoplight. Pacing backwards. Still at 7th and Euclid. Crossing the street now. They're all, again, the ongoing elements are maintained. I don't mean to be repetitive, but you need to understand the environment that they're in. And this is massive monitoring that I'm exposing and demonic activity. 4VDP339. CEZ739. 4875382. 5YLZ480. 7APP570. 27418P2. LEDGAR. No lights on. I got 3 shadows. 1, 2. I'm sorry, 2. 1 to my, oh no, I got 3. To my left side, in front of me, to my left, and behind me. License plate monitoring in that environment, 8HTV223. Again, that's 8HTV223. 8SVZ639. Upland Fire. License 7BPH114. 7LBM224. 6ZBC363. License of the fire 1506714. That's Ontario in the city of Upland, crossing path. 6UYG905. 6ZRN694. 7WNW524. 7PFH351. QKJ049. And again, that was Ontario Fire crossing path in the city of Upland. I'm still in Upland. I'm at 7th and Euclid Avenue, and in front of what is Inland Valley, going out of their way to engage in terrorism, coming to the city of Upland to engage in P.O.C. It is 7:52 p.m. and let me get these license plates. 7 NIT 881 42305B1. 8JBN 512. 7V. Sorry, 7W. I can't really see that one. Amazon Prime crossing path as well. Yeah, I read that one already. 8PUX 738. 8CIG 068. 8UMN 432. Amazon Prime. License 8VSR 370. And this one, I'm going to get the license plate is in the back. Directed light all over the street. 09957R2. It's 7:53 p.m. 7EJT 427. Uh, 8XJM 929. 6MGK 543. 6ETH 741. 8UOY 266. 4WEB 021. SOYDARK. Yes, you are. 8FJB 580. 8VMA 172. 8YBD 673. 8XPR 146. 7BIF 032. 7MOP 034. 6ZEL 926. License 8RFL683. So while you're hearing that audible activity, the state was aiming on my body while I'm walking in the dark, directed light. That's the coinciding elements while they're in motion. 8RIV700. The shadows of their cars are in motion, meaning your shadow would be stationary as you are moving. So as you drive north, your shadow is going to tail behind you moving north. Their shadows are in motion around the vehicle while they're driving north. That's directed light. The state is moving around, and that's demonic activity. 7:55 p.m. Listen to the demons. This is a demonic environment, and this is terrorism. This is P.O.C. In directed light. AMR 08812H2. That's 08812H2. License 8MBB479 7KON 723 5129021. I can't really see that one though. License 6W51913. And again, that's AMR just patrolling up and down the street sounding sirens. License 8RJU099 4GYW510 BH4 can't really see that one. BH49P21. That's paper. OHBATMN. I don't think Batman was a stalker. I don't think so. Or demon possessed. 8LXV700. 8TCH. I can't see that one. It is currently 7:57, and these are they're monitoring on the freeway. Okay, I'm reading those who are engaging in interstate commerce, using interstate commerce to engage in federal stalking, and this is also terrorism as they are practicing demonic activity on a massive scale. All right, they're all in directed light on the 10 exit freeway at the Euclid Avenue exit. This is P.O.C. License plate 16475G2. Eight KCH 560, 8 KVU 953, 6 WGB 168, 5 WDU 095, 5 VFV 933, 78014 F3, 3143071, 35 14 N2, 8 BSX 997. 7 KCF 594. Let's see. $10065W2. The vehicle has a shadow in front of it and to the side of it. They're in directed light. License 6R. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 8HAH451. The number 8HAH451. And that's called amplified audible activity in directed light. 8BSX997. 6 BRD 966. 43419D3. 8 SGK 924. 7 AKN 590. 7 UQJ 412. This is at the 10 freeway exit, documenting what is ongoing federal stalking. The ongoing pattern of conduct while they're on the freeways, by the way. They're monitoring. 7XYU355. And this is the exact same demonic activity, systematically, all right? Hundreds and thousands of them. This is what the state of California is engaging in, and I'm documenting them by the masses. 7UZV858. Monitoring. And again, I'm in directed light. 8RDG481 is monitoring. Shadow in front of me, shadow behind me, and my shadow is stretching across the street in front of me. That is the condition of every single last one of them. It is including the state that is pacing up and down like the demons they are, and emergency vehicles. All right, it is 8 p.m. on the dot, walking south on Euclid Avenue. Just documenting the minions as they're crossing path in that ongoing environment off of the 10 freeway. I just told you where I'm at, and that's train activity. That's called impossible audible activity. At Caroline and Euclid Avenue, you're not going to hear the Metrolink train. You're not going to hear the Stalker Union Pacific either. All right? That's called P.O.C. So while I was walking past the freeway, understand that it is still amplified. It is still heightened in volume. And while I'm walking past the freeway and you have what are hundreds that are passing me at the same time, this is why the state is using its sirens, massive monitoring, okay? I'm covered in directed light, and the state is heightening volume while I'm at that pivotal location where hundreds are crossing path on the freeway, getting on and off the freeway, and you have and also just proceeding on the freeway, they are systematically monitoring. And that is what you heard, okay? And that's why I stood there and got some more documentation right there. 0848 7H3, I believe. It is currently 8:02 p.m. Now at what is 6th, I believe. 6th and Euclid. And on the on the northbound side of Euclid, the state they are monitoring on that side of the street. This is why I am being molested with light, because your headlights are not reaching across to touch all over and essentially blind. That's the mark of demonic activity while they're monitoring. Let me get this license plate. Flickering headlight. 6S96746. Coming down to meet at the driveway. This is an open path. 4ZIS 406. Three shadows in front of me while they're meeting at the driveway. That is the intentional presence in that environment. This is 4ZIS 406 group stalking. Okay, that's what that is. And with regard to what I documented about the obstruction of justice on the venue of the internet, understand you're going to prosecute third-party actors that engage in such obstruction of justice. It is an unlawful interference into what is a prosecution of a government that's engaging in ongoing life-threatening and sexually violent conduct. And you are also going to put them right there. They are holding the hands with the government that's engaging in that P.O.C. So they might as well be right there. With a radio public license plate, okay? Or a tune-in license plate, whatever their identity is. This is documentation, in other words, of that third party. You are vicariously acting. 7UUM 151. At Armsley and Euclid Avenue. 7LGN. I can't really see the rest of that one. I want to say 633, but I can't see it that clearly. You can scratch that one. It's 8:05 p.m. (5PZL 507) 5GUN 166. This is third-party facilitating venue, Iglesia Cristiana. It's just the title. That's audible activity. 8PNM 627, and I remain in directed light. It's 8:08 p.m. License plate 6KPN 376. shadow in front of me, shadow to my left and my right, while 6KP and 376 is stalking at a stoplight and touching. All right, it is currently 8:20 p.m. License plate V22620. Monitoring at Chaffee High School. The state amplifies the audible activity. The state is flying over Euclid Avenue while I'm walking past, and the state is covering me with directed light and amplifying activity. And you had what are underage little minions on the steps of that Chaffee High School slamming skateboards around, which is the creation of amplified audible activity while I'm in directed light. That's the P.O.C. All right, and that's Chaffee High School. I want to document that. The state flies directly over and amplifies plane engines. There was more than one plane, actually. There was two, and amplifying plane activity at the same time. It's 8:21 p.m. 8XHY073, 8ECM968. And this is the ongoing molestation of directed light. The stand is fanning directed light across the grass, the sidewalk, and on the side of the street, in other words, while they are driving south on Euclid Avenue. All right, that's not headlights, that's spanning across the sidewalk and onto the wall space, and that's also not headlights. That creates double and triple shadows. That is the pattern of conduct. While they are systematically crossing the path, they're stalking with the state. Okay, that is what I am documenting. It is the uniform environment where you are present in that environment. You are present intentionally stalking with the state. That is stalking with that environment. That is stalking by planes, ambulance, fire, and police. Okay. It is 8:21 p.m. and this is P.O.C. I'm at bus stop number 7240, which is the 83 southbound. And I want to document the absence of any Omnitrans buses. This is documentation of that actor as well. This is the entire time that I've been walking down the street. Well, you know what? I'll actually take that back, because I wasn't walking on the southbound side the entire time. So I was walking on the northbound side. So I will not state that right now, but I will document it's 8:22 p.m. I'm at 4th and Euclid Avenue. And ongoing directed light. Let me get these group stalkers at the intersection. 8BTJ851, 4WWX300, 8RTK835. I got two shadows. Yeah. License 8GFA711. I'm at 4th and Euclid Avenue. At the South Hall. I believe this is still Chaffee High School. I'm looking at something that says South Hall at this intersection, where they are monitoring that Iglesia Christiana. That was amplified audible activity and directed light. They were monitoring. And understand, calling a building a church is nothing but a title. The pattern of conduct is underway, and no true church is practicing satanic targeting. All right, it's not a genuine church. It's a venue where the pattern of conduct was facilitated. The state is monitoring as they're creating audible activity. 8VOE821. And the same with Chaffee High School as I cross path, walking past 8VW846. I can't really see that whole plate. 8YGE024, 8NSW816, and it is 8:23. I'm proceeding south on Euclid. All right, directed light while they cross path. 5YJS530, I believe. All right, license plate 7YTP627, 4FPF248, 8MKP659, 6TZP463, 6UDD410, 8Y17217. 73427S1, 7KTP382, 6GRD344, 7XKT557, 6TYM158. I already read that one. 7KIN045 93145F1. And I did capture another video. even though I've already stated and established when I say something is ongoing, that's exactly what I mean. I don't exaggerate, and I certainly am showing you in video. So I just went on ahead and captured another video where I'm standing at the intersection of 4th and Euclid Avenue, and I am surrounded by 3 of my shadows. And I'm speaking to what is the presence of the state by virtue of that light activity, which is entirely unnatural. It's demonic. This is terrorism, 8RGU 991. While the people of the state, they are in that demonic environment, this is the outward demonstration of demon possession, while federal stalking is underway by the demon possessed in that demonic environment that follows where I go. It's entirely deliberate where it's unnaturally occurring, okay? 7RXJ590, 8TCR727, 5MBL 575, I believe. Can't really see that one though. License plate 6SRK 788. All right, and that is light activity that is entirely unnatural. It's impossible. Street lights do not create your shadow all around your person. And also what I showed was directed light on the vehicle in the video. You're seeing as the vehicle is in the middle lane, driving straight on the street, but you're seeing what is light fanning across the car in front of me. That's the demonic practice of hitting surfaces with light. It's a means of monitoring. It's also demonic. That's called stalking with light, what I showed you in video. And then you're also looking at my shadow that surrounds me on the ground. And you're looking at what is called relevant positioning, monitoring with communication devices. This demonic activity that they are engaging in is centered on the use of technology. This is documentation of the Upland Police, the Ontario Fire Department, American Medical Response, who engage in criminal facilitation as this ongoing environment is maintained, and they use those emergency vehicles to engage in terrorism and what is sexual violence as well. It is 8:27 p.m. You want to take a look at that video? I'm at 1031 Euclid Avenue. So this ongoing environment occurring in what you want to call a church building, that's why the title is absolutely irrelevant. Claiming I'm a Christian is nothing but audible activity in directed light or under the fake sun. All right, it means absolutely nothing. You're prosecuting for what is federal stalking and monitoring with communication devices. You can claim you're a Christian all day. It really doesn't matter, and it's no kind of defense when you're being prosecuted in court. Religion is irrelevant. I just want to point that out as well. But I'm speaking to what is demonic, and let me point something out to you. It's a lie. It's a smack in the face. And that is the practicing of demonic activity. You're in that demonic environment. You're not separate or distinct from it. And that ongoing pattern of conduct is underway by virtue of your presence. It's facilitated by your presence while you call yourself a Christian in a building that you've labeled a church. 3NFN753. 92793G2. And that's exactly what they were doing at Chaffee High School. They were monitoring while I'm in that directed light, while the state was flying over in planes, creating ongoing noise, which demons know are being amplified. It's group conduct. It's group teamwork. 8NIL358. 8XHX 854. Excuse me. Reading so many license plates. 5YLB429. 4PZV 843. All right, so as they're driving forward, meaning, I'm sorry, let me be specific, not forward, they are driving straight, but as they're driving south on the road and the sidewalk and the properties that I'm walking past, the state is directing light, fanning it across the property. This is the ongoing demonic act of touching surfaces with the light. That's stalking with light conduct. And that's not their headlights. They're driving straight. They're driving on the street. They are also separated from this sidewalk. This is not a vantage point, and you'll see that in the video as well, but this is ongoing. I'm just describing the ongoing stalking with light conduct. I'm at J Street and Euclid Avenue, and it is 8:29 p.m. Let me get the stalking at the end of J Street at the opposite end. Same ominous stalking. 6GXF482. 6W55340. License ASX 1719. Omnitrans is crossing path going southbound on Euclid Avenue right now at 8:30 p.m. At I Street in Euclid. Um, 7RAA 206, 7AYS 388, 6ANJ 564. And like I said, they're all in directed light. This is systematic monitoring while they're on the roads and the highways. That's a violation of existing federal policy. 8SVC 094. And what I'm showing is what is the practicing of terrorism by government while the demon-possessed are engaged in federal stalking. And that is what you're looking at is in this environment. ATEL 325, 8UOW 271, but I can't really see that one that clearly. It's 8:33 p.m. 6HFN 749. Eight FEW 616, I believe. I can't really see that one that clearly. It's 8:34 p.m. and this is at I as in igloo, I Street in Euclid, proceeding south. Eight XGG 685 7EWG 170. License plate 65918Y1 and is also on the cameras at Bank of America, stalking with light and touching while doing so. Using the Bank of America ATM is no form. It is the particularized light is also behind that vehicle. Documenting themselves on the surveillance cameras of Bank of America and monitoring with 8WJN076, who's parked on the side of the street in front of me as well. This is stalking and utilizing the facilitating venue of Bank of America to do so. Documenting themselves in that regard, by the way. It's 8:38 p.m. 8ROH 374 7WOT014. Pizza Hut. And license 8LAS 262. FAMROD. License 076 09R2. In the parking lot of the Rite Aid, the Pizza Hut, the Kids Palace, Fun Palace, whatever that is, where I showed you the state was hovering over the 0760 R82. I can't really see that. I believe I read it correctly the first time. Where the state was hovering over that building as I'm walking out of the giant variety store. And Ontario is already heavily documented. We know about these demons. You're talking about identifying an actor, that is Ontario. The same actor underway in Upland, all right? It's the same entity. That's what I've established. It's a state system. License L89370. I'm sorry, L893T0. 8V72098. 20626X1. FJ 8093. 8Y. I can't really see that one. License plate. Let me see. 8VRX 476. Can you see that one? I'm at G Street in Euclid, by the way. They're just patrolling around in directed light. My shadow is projected in front of me on the street. I'm being molested with directed light, and they're patrolling past. In relevant position, patrolling all around. License 4RQB 172. 8WWR226. 6RLL029. 6NEY 691. 8P19767. All right, and this license plate that I read before the last one is group stalking, loitering in relevant position at Mission Furniture. That's where you see Mission Furniture, or not where you see, I'm reciting, this is what Mission Furniture typically uses to stalk with peculiarized light, turning on their hazards at the corner. This is the maintenance of light activity. 8LVC 414. All right, I did document on video the license plate that I already recited, stalking with light at Mission Furniture. It is 8:43 p.m., engaging in the same conduct that Mission Furniture itself engages in, stalking with light at that corner. And the state engages in hovering over this intersection in relevant position to me while they stop in the path to stalk with light. As I begin reciting that conduct, the state is rising in elevation. There's no airport right here. Those are houses. The state is stalking in plane, lowering down in elevation, and then rising up in elevation, because that's what you are necessarily doing. There's no airport over there. And what airport are you flying from where you're flying at that low elevation? I'm just breaking down common sense. I've already established that the state is a stalker, but I'm just breaking down the common sense of what I'm capturing them doing in video, okay? That's demonic activity while you're group stalking in airplanes. That's a psychopath, by the way. 6TGN 375. That's something you conjure up in the pit of hell. License 7DZN 909. 80678P2. 8UAT042. What is that? Is that an 8? No, that's 6UAT042. 8BSY248. It is currently 8:44 p.m. That's amplification. So you're understanding what is deliberate conduct amongst demons in a demonic environment. My shadow surrounds me. You're revving your engine. That's an act of terrorism. 7SOW808. It's achieving monitoring, corporate monitoring with the government. License plate 8CVN517, 7VEU019, 4LET443. Covering up their license plate 8NER842, 6RPN947. It's 8:44 p.m. Just documenting a few minions at G Street and Euclid. That's audible activity as I start moving. Paper plate BD05Z13, 6ZLM806, and 6VYC976. Hello? You need to stop. That's assault with a deadly weapon, 6VYC976. He's already monitoring, okay? And they're not ignorant about my presence. Hello? You don't have any form. This is P.O.C. 5HAY, 5HAT932, sorry. BH649, handicap plate. And that was an Asian male, by the way. 5C82631. I'm sorry, let me be specific. There was an Asian male who engaged in proceeding past the crosswalk that I'm walking in while the light is red for him as well. (7PMD429), 8KGH220, 7PWJ643, 8NCX142. And let me point something out to you. That is conduct as to how demons engage in passive aggressive violence. They act as though it's an accident. Oh, I'm sorry. When they are actually communicating hostility to documentation. Okay, that's the reality of what is ongoing. Moreover, the entire environment is following from the city of Upland back to Ontario. You are monitoring. You are not ignorant of my presence in that environment. You're stalking with the state, and there is absolutely no form. I just want to break that down. This is the psychopath engaging in conduct such that which is an act of violence. It's an act of hostility, and on the surface appearing as though it is an accident. All right. This is not a pessimistic or cynical outlook. This is the reality of demonic activity. Okay. 8AUL180, 7WGB296. All right. That is how they conduct themselves. That's how they act. And you also have those that are outright, just true to form, I suppose. But you have those, the pattern of conduct, third parties, their form is, they're going about their business. They don't know anything about you. I don't know you. I'm not stalking you. What are you talking about? While they're under the fake sun, while the state's flying in circles over your head, while directed light, that which is impossible, shadows on the ceilings, all that. That's what third parties act like. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. This is demonic activity. This is the reality of it. 8:48 p.m. Stalking with light at F Street, F and Euclid. Right? That's the ominous stalking conduct of the people, maintaining presence in the walkway. So I'm passing an open path, a street, and they're maintaining presence with their headlights aimed in this direction. That's stalking with light. That's demonic. And it is also the ominous stalking activity by the people. They engage in this conduct. That's the gang engaging in terrorism. 6NEU 810. It is 8:48 p.m. 8:49 p.m. Flying over directly where Starbucks is. I'm approaching East Street and Euclid Avenue. So this is where the Arco is. This is where the Starbucks is. That's audible activity. 64885L1, and the Starbucks located at 507 North Euclid Avenue is monitoring. The state just flew directly over as I'm walking, continuing south on Euclid. And that's exactly what the state did this morning at the Ontario Public Health Clinics, by the way. That's audible activity and directed light. All right, Arco at 434 Euclid Avenue is monitoring. And let me get this license plate. 8EGT472. And touching. I'm already being touched by directed light, and they are also touching while they are stalking at a stoplight. Okay, that's a sex offender. That's a stalker and having no right to touch anything that they touch you with. You're going to prosecute for 6FFJ880. Again, that's 6FFJ880. 4APL933. 7F12821. All right, Gloria's Cochina is already monitoring. They're at the opposite end of the same street. 5WDY721. I'm in directed light. The state is flying over, amplifying plane activity that serves massive monitoring. BE27G21 paper plate, BABESHH, 8TWC718, 8MAV184. It's 8:51 p.m. 7END195, paper BM35C20, 7AVW949. Gloria's Cochina creates light activity and music. This is audible activity and light activity while they are all in relevant position monitoring with the state. 8RGG680. WE Heart and AG2. And this is that which the state also amplifies at the library. So they're definitely monitoring. The state amplifies that all the way to the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. This is the venue that's monitoring me while I'm at the library at the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. 8PDF788. 8RHW730. While I'm in directed light, that's P.O.C. Third party facilitating venue, Gloria's Cochina. 8WBX172. Monitoring at U.S. Bank via the ATM. They're on camera. In the same exact environment, standing at an ATM is the absence of any form. State's flying over the storefront. You're in directed light. You're stalking in the path. And going to an ATM is a demon's effort to look like they're doing something else. 7PWX983. Matter of fact, you can be doing whatever you want, actually. You can do whatever you want in relevant position. That's the purpose of the system, while the government's maintaining presence. 7TPZ968. 5BPL470. 6AMK592. 6NYA014. 8PAK756. Strum Brewing Company at 315 North Euclid Avenue, monitoring. 7JND013. 7WRL929. 7DGR514. 8PZK536. 7JHP 663, but I can't really see that one. Looks like 301 Euclid Avenue. That's audible activity from, it's called Lavos. It's a facilitating venue. 8GGK 265. 8PTA 3. Oh, I think I read that one already, but 8PTA 303. 6BPY 644. Group stalking and will be on the surveillance cameras of Ontario Town Square, parked on the sidewalk in a silver pickup truck that looks like a Ford 150. They're stalking in the path with lights, and they just now turned their headlights off. That's a demon that knows that I'm speaking of their conduct, but they're being documented on surveillance cameras. They're in relevant position, stalking with light. It's 8:54 p.m. That's on surveillance cameras. 7XFM 714. Called audible activity and directed light. That's a minion. 6NQH868. Let's see. Oh, two minions. 6FSR670. 5CCV. I can't really see that one. 8DSW394. 8UOG974. 8WUP419, 97466P2, 5ZWA200, I believe. It's 8:56 p.m. 8N, I can't really see that, I can't really see that. I'm not gonna guess. I can't see that clearly. I am at B Street and Euclid. WZN 622. This looks like 8RWS 338. Eight BME 356. 8 WBU 418. 6 GHF 428. 5 GUE 242. I don't know what this. Oh, 117 Bar and Lounge, 117 Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring. 7 UHF. Oh, I read that one already. That's, yeah, 5 GUE 242, yeah. 7 BBW, 8 CYJ 202, 6 FEL 080. 5 RNK 454. It's 8:58 p.m. at the intersection of Euclid and Holt. The mecca of documentation. License plate 8WOF 748, 7TOD 837, 4ARL 175, 4GJX 348, BS43TO2, MPY9, I want to say 34. Let me see. 8MPY904, I believe. Seven UHF 595, 7 VAS 415, 8 FQA 780, 6 CYY 899, 8 HUK 989. Again, that one is 8 MPY 904, yeah. 8 ROF 619, 8 SFW 466. I'm trying to see that one. 8 W.S.C 674. 5477 6 W2. Omnitrans going eastbound on Holt Boulevard right now. They're crossing path. Seven ZAM 505, 6 GRJ 440, 8 JJH 649. 8 ECX 386. 8 HSV 685, that's Omnitrans, a facilitating venue creating audible activity. 60036Y1. Omnitrans going what is northbound on Euclid Avenue. $841SS handicap. And let's see, 8XMP 879, 8JUB 258, 7PJ, hold on, 7PJJ 245, 7161932, 8WJC 015. It's 9:01 p.m. That's Union Pacific. Very familiar with that stalker. Directed light all over the sidewalk where I'm at. My shadow surrounds me. 5FPT 774 while Union Pacific is monitoring with the people. License 6SRV 804. 7KYM 920. Let's see, 8WWP 840. And I want to be clear, that same train activity, that's what the state is creating inside of the car, which you heard with your own ears on my podcast. You cannot hear that at 630 North Fern Avenue. That's called P.O.C. That train runs, again, west, east and west, down here at this vantage, this area. Amplified while I'm inside of the car at 630 North Fern. 8ED, oh, I can't even see that one. You can scratch that. That's called impossible audible activity. That is the actor Union Pacific's engagement in terrorism and sexual violence, because the state molests me while they're creating the sound of what's supposed to be a Union Pacific train. Union Pacific not ignorant about that. Neither is Amtrak. 8NUB 169. 8NUB, I'm sorry, yeah, 169. 7, I'm trying to see, I can't see the license plates. 6JUARZ. 6 VG 817. It's substantially similar. Anyway, it's 9:03 p.m. And let me get these license plates real quick. 6ZSD 343. 9416971. 8KYS 230. 8JIM 280. 7ZOZ 313. 8WJH 785. Pizza Hut. 8LRP 131. 7J. I want to say EL 154. Let me see. 7JLE 154. License plate, let's see, 8SVS 612, 8RFT 653, 86995D3, can't see that one, let's see, 8VKP 619, 78EM 531, 7PXM 493, it's 9:05 p.m. And this is called maintenance of presence. 8W65577. License 12754A3. BC17C17 paper. 8RMZ870. 8AFG927. 8RDE624. It's 9:05. I'm crossing the street. I'm walking east on Holt Boulevard now. Omnitrans is loitering in relevant position at the bus stop at Euclid and Holt, and stalking with peculiarized light. (8DBL 170), 8PQY 808. Okay, and again, as I documented on the venue of Omnitrans, but where the state is monitoring, you do not have any form stating that you are present pursuant to some bus schedule. I'm surrounded by directed light. The state is stalking and you're in relevant position with that state on behalf of that state. You are monitoring with that state. You are stalking with light. You're engaging in criminal facilitation of that life-threatening and sexually violent pattern of conduct, which I documented on those venues. 8WYE 556, that's Omnitrans loitering in relevant position at its bus stop. That's P.O.C. 8NQA 568. MZT 142. 8HXL 663, engaging in assault and battery. Directed light is on the brick wall right next to me, what I'm looking at. 8LLZ 183. 8LZE 494. 8L, oh yeah, I read that one right. Let me get this one. 6NB, hold on. 6NDB 968. 7TCW 494. It's 9:07 p.m. Light activity at Metro 102 Apartments. That's criminal facilitation. That entire venue is monitoring. And directed light is on the brick wall. Again, my shadow is upright while I'm standing at a great distance. Omnitrans is loitering in relevant position. Stalking with light. And that is bus number 2359, by the way. It's 9:07 p.m. All right, I did document what is the ongoing demonic environment as I go from Upland back to where I have heavily documented the state in the city of Ontario, SCORLEO. Directed light all over the place. 6AWK 399, my shadow upright at a distance, which I'm showing you. And you're also looking at what are the shadows of demons while they're in the crosswalk in the middle of the street. And this street is a humongous street, and their shadow is at a distance upright. That's what I showed you in video. Those are demons that are crossing path. There is nothing that you're doing that is superseding the pattern of conduct. This is what I'm saying. You can be pushing a stroller in relevant position. That's why that directed light is there. And not only that, that's entirely impossible light activity. That's not headlights. That engages in that. That's the state. That is knowledge of the state's presence. Omnitrans has no form. Metro 102, that's creating light activity. The state's creating light activity across the street, nearest 214 South Euclid at that intersection of where transit is. Omnitrans is stalking with that, all right? That's why I captured in video while my shadow is around me on the sidewalk. 8SCL 532. And so that assault with a deadly weapon by yet another demon, but the same public entity, understand? The same demonic entity, HMH4732, I believe that's a New York plate. That is the communication of a threat. And in that same demonic environment, the kidnappers and sex offenders that are the Ontario Police Department monitoring and directed light with Union Pacific, license 1591701. That's P.O.C. It's 9:10 p.m. Right, and I did take an image showing the presence of the state. That's the communication of a terrorizing threat. They are that's a demon-possessed agency, also having engaged in a documented pattern of conduct of kidnapping, which is obstruction of justice, while they are monitoring, and I'm showing you what is the demonic environment that they're in. So this is demon possession, that's terrorism. They're also terrorists because they are engaging in federal stalking while they are uniformed as law enforcement. That's terrorizing while federal stalking is underway. That's in violation of existing federal policy, by the way. That's 18 U.S.C. 2261A verbiage. Again, that's license 1519701, engaging in federal stalking, vehicle number 1025. Demon possessed, those are females. In both the driver and passenger side. And again, the entity engages in this as I document very damning conduct. So I got this video right now. My shadows surrounding me on the sidewalk. The demons that are in the crosswalk, their shadows are on the brick wall behind me, all right? And they're enlarged in size, and then you'll have what is the appearance of the state. Okay, they're both, first of all, they're both amazed, and they are also scared, but this is also an intent to try to terrorize. This is advocacy on behalf of the ordinary target individual. That's an intent to terrorize. 7THW 844. You prosecute for that. All right, it's terrorism while the police are engaging in federal stalking. It's terrorism while the police are demon-possessed, engaging in federal stalking and criminal facilitation. It's also terrorism because this particular agency, which is, I mean, this is going to the whole entity, but that particular agency, that specific one, engages in a pattern of kidnapping. License 8DRL 983. 8GRL 983, excuse me. It is 9:12 p.m. And this is documentation of sexual violence while the demon-possessed engage in stalking in any manner. 8 WTS 387. So as you're walking by, they're monitoring you in light. So they're touching with their headlights. That's a stalker. That represents the state that is touching you. That's a sexual offense, all right? First of all, a creepy demon-possessed stalker touching you, okay? Imagine cockroaches crawling all over you. Yeah, you wouldn't like that. This is even worse. This is magnified, and these are the demon-possessed that are entirely focused on you, psychopaths having zero form, all right? Showing the psychopaths that they are. That's what you're listening to. That's a psychopath monitoring. P.O.C. Let me get this license plates over here. Monitoring to that audible activity and directed light. Those are acts of terrorism. 8KMP673. That's literal terrorism in directed light. All right. License 32280H1, 6DO8783, 8WIS 387, 8DBK 396. I think I already read this one. 8DRK 102. 7NP. Hold on. 7NPN 296, and I think I read that one already. 8R11 885, 8TTJ 157, 8WCU 696. All right, P.O.C. It is 9:14 p.m. That video that I just captured yet again, as all of my documentation shows, but it's on another vivid example as to what are demons that surround. So let me take it back. Let me backpedal from that. So as to what is the pattern of conduct by third parties that surround. Your shadow is being projected at a very far distance on the brick wall behind while you're in the middle of Euclid Avenue in the crosswalk. That's entirely impossible activity. That is also speaking to your condition, which is demon possession, while you are monitoring me. All right, outwardly looking like you are separate, going about your business in that environment. That's a psychopath that is stalking with the state. All right, it's direct evidence against the people. And that is the impermissible threat that the people wage while they surround on behalf of the government that is monitoring, and they're monitoring too. This is the state. This is the people engaging in what is surveillance. This is the people engaging in what is group stalking. All right, that's what I captured. That's the significance of what I captured, and that is also the demonic environment. You're witnessing demons in action, in real-time action. That's what that video shows. And you have what is the amazing aspect of it is that I'm capturing this absolutely unnatural environment as I go from city to city. It's the absence of coincidence. P.O.C. 5PXL 409. 7MML 371, 8PKE 230, 6RKZ 443, 7AQN 543, 5585. I can't really see the rest of the one. 8KRX 290. And so recall the video that I just captured. I'm walking in directed light, and all of these stalkers are touching together. This is, in other words, a ginormous orgy as they're touching all over your body. All right, and you are also being molested with directed light. And there is no touching that it is going to in any way to be left unacknowledged where the government is monitoring you. You don't have a right to touch with anything. 8NOR 342, you're a stalker. 7KYD 745, and you're touching while you're stalking. 8RNX 991, 8UVR 400, and they love to touch. The demons are demented and sexually perverted actors, all right, who no longer have any hiding place. 6LLH 615, no hiding place at all. 8ATE 755, 5NQB 308. P.O.C. And that was what you heard in that unnatural environment in that video that I just captured. Union Pacific engaging in terrorism with the Ontario police as they are sounding the sound of a train while I'm in that environment that I just showed you on video. And it continues. I mean, I captured another video, but that is a ceaseless environment that's created around me. That's terrorism by the entity that's monitoring and stalking. And Union Pacific engaging in that, okay? In other words, I might as well read a license plate on a vehicle that reads Union Pacific, because they are there terrorizing with the Ontario police and the people of the state. Union Pacific is indeed an identity of an actor within that group that are the people of the state, okay? It's a means of identifying it. It is 9:17 p.m. 910. 7B, J5, 7B, oh, I can't really see that one. It ends with 565, but I can't really see it. That's audible activity in directed light, which the state is also amplifying. Stalking with light on Euclid Avenue, under the bridge, hazard lights on, that's demonic activity. License plate, they are monitoring to that 7SHB725, 7BZR645, 05281Z2, excuse me. That's a demon-possessed stalker stalking with hazards under the bridge, okay? P.O.C. 9:18 p.m. At the Ontario Museum of History and Arts at 9:19 p.m. And that is P.O.C.